All right, looks like we're live. Yes, congratulations, Random. You are first. I did see Coach Colton's video about me. It was kind of fucking stupid. He's a bit of a two-faced jackass. I actually forgot. I was planning on reacting to it on stream, and I totally forgot about it. We'll react to that. Yeah, that was a dumb video. I don't know if he's following me on Instagram, but we've messaged each other on Instagram. So especially, like, with that context, some of the things he said in the video were just fucking stupid. How am I? I'm doing good. Had some good sleep, had a good workout. Feel good, you know? Eating clean food. How was the drive to Toronto? It was good, no drama. Didn't have to deal with traffic. And I had a nice, relaxing ride in the rain at night going back home. Just listening to some good, chill music. So it was nice. I've noticed also, usually really long rides like that, I was riding for over 6 hours on my motorcycle. Usually long rides like that leave me sore the next day, but I didn't have any soreness, felt good.
We've covered.
Yeah, this is a stupid video he made. Dude, the comments are some of the most retarded, toxic shit I've ever fucking seen. And this Coach Colton guy hearts some of them. Like this fucking comment. He killed his cat with his vegan diet. And then Coach Colton hearts the comment. Like, for one thing, how the fuck does anybody even know how my cat died? Like, it could have, like, ran outside, got run over by a fucking car. Like, if you ask this person how'd the cat die, he has no fucking clue. He probably heard it from somebody else who made a video about it, like, and, like, it's all hearsay. None of these people watched the original source where I talked about how he died. So why in the fuck, like, why the fuck are people even saying this when they have no clue how the cat died? My cat died from an infection in his paw. He had an infection in his paw before. I brought him to the vet. He got antibiotics. The infection went away. He ended up getting an infection again, and it was much more severe. His paw swelled up really fucking crazy. It was a way worse infection. And we were giving him antibiotics again. The infection was going down, but the infection caused kidney damage, and then unfortunately he died from it. What in the fuck does that have to do with the vegan diet? And then, oh, there's fucking Coach Colton. Oh, let me heart and upvote and, like, spread this fucking nasty bullshit fucking rumor that people are spreading about me. You know what? Maybe I should make a video about how Coach Colton likes fucking 12-year-old girls. And then everyone who says, oh, wow, I didn't know he liked to rape 12-year-olds, I'll upvote it. Like, it's just sick. Like this guy is a two-faced fucking cocksucker. You donated $2, let me see.
Please don't say goodbye, goodbye, goodbye.
Knuckles, we have an issue. Shadow is...
I'm going to the TRT clinic soon and getting on TRT very soon. Dope. I think a huge amount of men would benefit from TRT. Huge. Even if you don't have symptoms of hypogonadism, like, you just feel better. So, you know.
is aura farming again.
Maybe if I aura farm harder, I can bring Maria back to life.
And exactly how the fuck is this an issue?
It disturbs my peace.
So boy, if y'all get...
Let me show you my real power. I'm the coolest. Out of my way, Clanker.
What? Oh, I'm surprised now. You don't want to come in here all my energy. I'm just reciprocating back to you. Yeah, I'm talking to you. Stop looking around.
So Sonic is still out of town?
He's probably doing dumb shit like usual.
Spell orange.
The fruit or the color?
See, I told you he could talk.
Stop tweaking.
Well, he sure looks harmless.
Is that a fucking RPG?
These are very weird.
Holy shit.
Jeez.
Come to the door! OPD, if you're in here, make yourself known!
Oh my god.
You want to mask up? Holy I'm gonna go put my gas mask on. Dude, the ammonia is not good, bro. That's unbearable. It was burning my eyes. Yeah. Let's go look.
Poor dogs.
All clear. There's a room on that side. There's all cats in there. There's just stuff all over. How do you guys go about doing this?
We just start loading, and then we've got a horse train.
The hoarder thing is so weird. I don't get it. It's a really weird thing. Oh, poor kitty. Oh. Oh. Poor kitty. Oh, the kitty's doing better. That's good. Oh, that's a good kitty. I love kitties. Oh, that's a good kitty. He's happy and healthy now. SNES game, dude, I'm not fucking doing this. I never had a SNES growing up. I've never even heard some of these games. Three Ninjas. I only had a Genesis. Turtles Fighters, never played that. Turtles in Time was good. I don't even know some of these games. I just never had a SNES. Castlevania. Castlevania 4. It was decent. Castlevania 4 isn't that great. I don't even know a lot of these, though. Thanks for the donation, E. Dodo, donate $2. Let me see.
Have you back to school? Do you know how to spell? Don't seem to be humorous either, but I'm glad we agree on something for once. Yeah.
These people are like fucking retarded. Yeah, they'll make fun of the police officers for not having a university degree, but all they have is a degree in like communications or something bullshit. Or like gender studies. And then they just stay broke losers, but then like the cops actually make money. Like a lot of these people, by the way, are gonna get suspended and not even graduate. Like it's hilarious. And they're fat fucking ugly retards. It's like, okay, spend money on a useless degree, go into fucking debt, and make fun of people who are healthier, better looking, and make more money than you. There's some shit that would happen in the office.
Goes to a whole nother level. I want you to remember everything that we've talked about. When an active shooter event happens, it can happen in an instant. You never.
Should I get the gun?
Goes to a whole nother level.
I don't think an active shooter would fire up in the air, but... Okay. He looks a bit like Elon Musk.
Çocukları ateist oluyor, ateist. Ben Müslüman değilim diyor. Resulullah'ın yüzüne bakamayız arkadaşlar, haberiniz olsun. Onun ümmeti teker teker
için selavat getirir misiniz?
Salavat ne?
Ben Türk değilim. Bizim için salavat getirir misiniz?
Salavat, Allahümme sallallahu aleyhi ve Muhammed. Elhamdülillah.
Arkadaşlar bizim için.
ben Müslüman değilim diyor.
It's funny how Islam is so like fucking gay. Then they kill gay people. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Dodo donated $2. Let me see.
And have you seen any other vaccine that was put out for the public that skipped the animal test?
Never before, especially for children.
And as what I've read, they actually started the animal test, and because the animals were dying, they stopped the test.
Correct.
Folks, I think that's important to understand there that
No, that never happened. They often kill the animals to, like, look at their organs or something and look at their brain and, like, dissect their tissues, but they didn't die from the vaccine.
that what we're talking about is the American people are now the guinea pigs. This is the test program that's going on. They didn't do the human testing, and they stopped the animal
They did do human testing.
test because the animals were dying. And then they turned it
Where did they get this idea?
out for the public. And we are now looking at business.
100% of those who are vaccinated will die by 2028. Well, nice knowing you guys. I only got 3 more years left. Jesus, this is fucking retarded. Okay. I hate fuckers who do this. Oh my god. And this guy has a fucked up bumper, so you know he's like insane. Like what is he accomplishing by doing this? Like, yeah, there's a car in front of the dude, like, that guy. What do you want him to do? It's so stupid. Like, the guy in front of this guy is an idiot. He's in the fucking left lane and then not moving over. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, that's typical driving that I see in Ottawa. Yeah. Dude.
Is getting worse. I'm a home health physical therapist with a doctorate in my field. I see congestive heart failure patients on a daily basis.
Yeah, Trump pretty much guaranteed has congestive heart failure. Like, given his lifestyle and, like, how fat he is and the weird swelling in his ankles, along with the, like, weird bruising on his hands.
The reason I know that he has congestive heart failure is because of the swelling in his feet and ankles. And the reason I know it's getting worse is because he's sitting behind the desk on camera now. He lashed out against MSNBC for giving him hash about his ankles. This is how we know that something is true, because it gets to Trump. Remember recently where he was talking about going to heaven for some fucking reason? He says, people said I'm not doing very well. I don't think he's talking about the media. I think he's talking about the doctors who are treating him. The only reason his health has been maintained at all is because he has the privilege of getting IV diuretics, spironolactone, Lasix, Bumex, something like that. That's why his hands have been bruised and covered with makeup. Badly, I might add. We know that it's getting worse because he knows he cannot hide the degree of swelling. That's why he's sitting behind the desk. Oh, he also has chronic kidney disease, which is also contributing to the swelling in the feet and ankles. I can't tell you how many times I have seen a patient in their home because they were hospitalized for AKI, or acute kidney injury. And the kidney injury was caused by nephrotoxic medications, namely diuretics, spironolactone, Bumex, Lasix. The president is definitely getting sicker, and we know he's not going to change his diet because he's such a fucking idiot. I think he's going to be around for 6 to 8 months tops. Thank you for your attention to this matter.
He's probably going to die in his sleep, if I had to guess, and then there's going to be like weird conspiracy theories around, oh, the fucking deep state killed him or something. But yeah, he has congestive heart failure. Usually people with heart disease also have kidney disease, and it's just because there's a variety of like lifestyle decisions that kind of overlap with both diseases. He's probably has had untreated like high blood pressure for a while. You should not get close to a hippo. Dude, that guy's an idiot. You do not do that with a hippo. Like, grab a watermelon and throw it in the water, but you do not fucking do that to a hippo. Holy shit, that guy's nuts. Bro, hippos are extremely fucking aggressive. You do not want to do that. Hippos are one of the most dangerous animals. They're more dangerous than like lions, tigers, bears. You have a better chance with any of those animals than with a hippo. That's crazy. Like, I don't know if he knows that hippo personally, and like, but that is crazy. Hippos are pretty though. I like them. Oh. That's nice. Wow. You're playing with the dog. That's really nice. My goodness. That's so nice. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Drug ban, donate $2. They're banning legal methadone. This is big government. Oh, is this the... Okay, this says Kratom.
The federal government is looking to ban a product that they say is targeting kids and linked to addiction. The Food and Drug Administration releasing a report on the harmful effects of 7-O, a concentrated byproduct of the Kratom plant. Lisa Rantala conducted her own.
I'm not in favor of banning any drug, but they absolutely need to be controlled. Kratom is highly, highly addictive. It's basically like an alternative to, you know, opiates. You know, so like if you've ever had pain meds like Percocet, Oxycontin, it's very similar. It needs to be regulated for sure. Like banning it, like banning any drug is fucking stupid, but it's flown in this weird legal gray zone for so long where literally anybody could just buy it online as a herbal supplement. That's crazy to me.
Own investigation on Kratom back in February after a Columbus mother told her that it killed her son. Lisa?
Terry, I looked into the death of Johnny Loring, who died last year and who's...
Well, what a lot of people don't know, too, is there's different Kratom strains. Some are extremely, extremely potent and particularly addictive, too.
His mother told me he used the herbal supplement Kratom regularly. Advocates of Kratom call it a miracle in its pure form. However, they call for a ban on altered, concentrated, and synthetic forms of Kratom. Those concentrated byproducts of the kratom plant are known as 7-O. The feds are making a distinction between 7-O and the natural kratom plant leaf. They say 7-O has the potential to be abused by users because of its ability to bind to opioid receptors. The Food and Drug Administration.
Well, kratom does that. It's just a more concentrated form. That's not banning methadone. I'm not really totally against that. Sexual position tier list. Most of these are fucking stupid. F, 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 F. That's good. F. Any position where the girl's on top, just F. F. That's stupid. Like, nobody has sex standing up. That's fine. Yeah, I dig that. F. Fuck standing up. Standing up sex sucks. That's like, I swear that's like the same one, just reversed. Yeah, it's fine. F, 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 F. Why are so many of these with the girl standing up or like on top? Thanks for the donation, drug ban. Matt donated $2. What was your experience like debating Matt Dillahunty? He is an evasive, lying fucking twat. He won't ever give you a straight answer, and as soon as you question him on anything or prove some statement he made was either descriptively incorrect or was a contradiction with a past statement, he just starts raging on you, gets angry, acts like a fucking toddler, and starts like rambling about how this is my show, you're not going to talk over me, da da da. He's a child, he's impossible to debate with, and I would recommend nobody ever bother engaging with him because he's a dishonest fucking twat. Did you gain sympathy for how he treats the religious people with automatic bad faith without even hearing them out? Why? I never... So, he's changed. On the atheist experience, he was fine. But I think because of his diabetes, and I've seen this personally, I've had family members who ended up getting diabetes and heart failure. It affects your brain. So people with heart disease, diabetes, kidney failure, their brain also starts to fucking malfunction, and you see changes in their behavior, and I'm seeing that in Matt, where he has like uncontrollable fucking anger and he just loses it for no fucking reason, and you can't reason with these people. I've had two close family members that happen to, where they just start going nuts when they have these like really serious health issues. So I don't think Matt Dillahunty is going to live much longer. I know he's had type 2 diabetes for a while. He's also had, I think, a quadruple bypass. All of the teeth have fallen out of his head. He has dentures now. Like, his health is fucked. And it explains the change in his behavior, because when you go back and look at the atheist experience, he was a very different person.
Why are you dodging the question? Answer it.
Why are you so upset? Why are you so upset, man?
Okay, I'm going to mute you. And
that caller sounds like he's deliberately rage baiting.
I'm going to explain why I'm so upset.
Yeah, I don't care. That caller sounds like he's rage baiting, but he does get rage baited for sure. But like, again, I've tried debating him and he's just a fucking weenie. There definitely are some religious people who've argued in good faith, and I've seen it, and some of them, they're not like full-on retards. Like, they believe God exists, so they're stupid, but like, they're not full-on retards. He's debated theists who do have a background in philosophy, and they explain to him in good faith why an argument he made like isn't sound or valid, and then he just starts like crying and screaming and muting them and shit. Thanks for the donation though, Matt. Dodo donated $2. Let me see. Oh, jeez.
If the gun is to the rear of your head, pin here to the column, drive away. It'll peel out.
Yeah, I know where this is going. The only time you want to use those sorts of techniques is if you know you're going to die anyway. You're better off just... Like, I don't know why you'd rather risk dying versus losing a bit of jewelry or money.
Right there, fuck you!
I just shut in your mouth for a second, so we can just have a video without you screaming in the back. Thank you.
Hey, suck my fucking dick!
Hey, let's be respectful.
Shut your fucking
Hey,
mouth.
suck my fucking dick, you cunt bitch! Fuck you, you cunt bitch!
Bitch? What
Yeah,
is
you
wrong
fucking
with you?
cunt bitch!
No.
Fuck you!
What is wrong with
Fuck
you?
you, fucking dumb cunt bitch! Yeah, bitch! Yeah, you cunt dumb bitch!
What led to this person acting this way? Like he's literally just on a boat tour.
You know who the fuck you're talking to right now? You know who the fuck? Dumb ducky, you dumb cunt bitch!
Yeah, when you start hearing the line, you know who you're talking to, you know you're dealing with a fucking jackass. Socialist Mamdani shows off his muscles at Men's Day in Brooklyn. Needs help from a spotter to bench 135. Wow. Buddy.
That's how you move up in the polls! Yeah!
Like, by the way, I've known girls, I don't even know if that's 135, those weights look like 25s. Yeah, that's not 135. That looks like a 25-pound plate. Okay, I've literally known, I've literally trained 15 to 16-year-old girls who are hockey players who could easily bench that much weight the first time they get into a gym. Like, they've only ever done push-ups before, but I've literally trained 15 to 16-year-old girls who are easily able to bench 95 pounds, so 25 on each side. I don't think that's a 35, dude. That looks like those are 25s.
Let's go! Yeah! Let me get one more! Let me get one!
Oh my god.
Let me get three! Let me get three! Yeah!
Dude, what a bitch. Just fuck. Like, this is a young guy. Isn't, like, he's younger than me, right? Like, what in the fuck is wrong with you? If you're, like, 30 and you're a man and you can't lift that weight, like, you're doing something fucking wrong with your life.
Veganism is a very healthy way of eating, and one day I aspire to be a raw vegan. Like, I want to one day. I want to grow my own vegetables. I want to have my own farm. That's the dream. But right now, what works for my body and what my body needs to have energy and to function is animal protein.
Yeah, this woman is still morbidly obese, so I wouldn't take any nutrition advice from her. And protein does not give you energy. That's not what protein does.
Protein doesn't give the body direct immediate energy. We know that glucose is the energy currency of the cell. It gives us immediate energy. For protein to be broken down into glucose, what we call gluconeogenesis, takes...
Not only is gluconeogenesis a very inefficient energy pathway, it's also catabolic. So it promotes muscle breakdown. So, like, it's just fucking retarded. Like again, this is a fat ass, like, morbidly obese woman who doesn't know fucking shit. Welt reports that China is ready to send soldiers to Ukraine for a peacekeeping mission. Yeah, peacekeeping. I'm sure. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Do you believe there was any targeting at all of Palestinian children? I mean less future rebels, right? Should they just start opening fire on the kids too?
There is no evidence whatsoever that the Israeli military is targeting children. Again, the only thing that's being presented is that like garbage New York Times article, and the evidence they presented suggests that these are accidental deaths, if anything. And they weren't even able to demonstrate that these children were even shot by Israeli soldiers. If you look at the slug, in these X-ray images that were lodged in these kids' heads, they looked like 7.62 by 39 Russian rounds, which are predominantly used by Hamas. And even if they were like 5.56 M82 ball type ammunition, Hamas also uses 5.56 ammo. So there's the what? Is it not the AR-18? No, it's the AR-18, right? Fuck. Yeah, I've seen them use the AR-18. It's basically a cheap ghetto version of the like AR-15 M4 platform. I've seen Hamas use this. I have seen them with some like M4s or ARs. And there are some AK variants that I'm sure they've gotten a hold of that also shoot 5.56. So like that's really the only evidence they have. Other than that, like you can look at the women and child deaths that are reported by the Palestinian Health Ministry. It's been proven that they're deliberately overinflating the female and child deaths so that they can obscure the amount of adult male deaths that are being killed, so that, it looks like Israel isn't doing a good job at targeting Hamas members. So there's just no evidence whatsoever. Thanks for the donation, though, Cockrocks.
Destiny starts Palestine posting after his annual cancellation. Nuclear crash out.
Okay. Dude, this whole thing is retarded. Retarded. No one even knows this chick's actual age. It's all like a rumor that she's 17. And Destiny's explanation of why he even has this material is perfectly sensible. So, like, it's so fucking stupid what they're saying. Like, again, they're just doing it because they're fucking losers. Willie Mack is a bitch. What's his name? Ethan Klein has his own dumb bitch reason for doing it. Almost everything in this DM is wrong. Willie Mack is running cover because he wants to get with the boys again. 9/11, sorry, let me call you back. My OBS wasn't recording. And Ethan is trying to distance himself from me because he's too weak to deal with Hassan attacks against him, using me as a vector since he literally has nothing of substance to contribute in this arena. Hassan's lack of intelligence, blah, blah, blah. I have no child sexual assault material on my computer. I've only compiled with my legal obligations for my court case. 60 gigabyte screenshot was related to a claim the Rose person made, someone whose name and birth date have yet to even be reliably confirmed. Ethan is literally reading off revenge porn leaks of mine and giggling, coughing because he's too lazy to use his inhaler like a retard child for DMs that had absolutely nothing to do with the Rose leak. Any reference to rape or orgies or anything else was literally in the context of DMs with a 26-year-old British woman. I've never DM'd that Rose person on IG in my life. I think Peterson was right. You Zionist and genocide supporter in the United States with with loyalty to Israel first and ELA genocide IDF maniac, night raiding innocent Palestinians in the West Bank. She wasn't seeing enough bloodshed at her desk job. Writing pardons for IDF rapists. Deserve all the CPS calls for the dog shit, eating claims, and everything else. He deserves zero sympathy. Yeah, you know what? That's fair. Like, it's crazy. If they're gonna fucking go after Destiny and make up these lies and bullshit about him, then, like, who are they to fucking claim about complain about the CPS calls? It's fucking retarded. So, yeah. You know, like everything else, everyone, this is all a game to all these people. They all know they're full of shit. It's just that they have to do this, like, bullshit when they're dealing with Destiny because they can't fight him on a level playing field, right? So they have to just come up with fucking bullshit. And Ethan Klein has experienced this himself. None of these fucking people who are attacking him can fight on a level playing field. So they make up this, like, this bullshit of him being a genocide supporter and him abusing his children and calling CPS. It's just what they do. And then Ethan fucking ends up doing it to somebody else, even though he's the one complaining about that crap. Like, they're just fucking cocksuckers, dude. Thanks for the donation, though, retard. Donate $2. Some people been attacking Destiny and you. Didn't Destiny win those court cases? Yeah, he's winning the court cases and they're still making up lies about him. He also using wrong definition for a phebophile, taking his jokes out of context and looking in comments. It's all Palestinian retards defending Hamas.
The streamer Destiny.
I do not give two fucks about Bad Empanado. We all know he's a lying fuckwit. But, yeah. It's... We all know why they're doing it. Thanks for the donation, though, too. Son Goku donated $2. One of my buddies claimed Vinland Saga is better story than Berserk. Should I fight him? You should. Anybody who says that, you should fight them to the death in a mutually agreed upon duel. Thanks for the donation, Son Goku.
More than 2 million people, mainly Sikhs, signed a petition to give this guy lenient sentencing despite him killing a family of 3.
Illegal Indian trucker Hajinder Singh killed a Florida family of 3 in an illegal U-turn. Singh was who crossed the border in 2018, still got a CDL from California. Well, okay, when I hear this shit on Twitter, illegal Indian trucker, how did he get a CDL if he was illegally in the country? So that's a little suspicious to me. And I mean, regardless, if he was in the country illegally and he did have a valid license to drive this truck, him being illegal is kind of besides the point. So his sentencing should be based on just, you know, what he did, you know, in the traffic accident, not him being an illegal. Because presumably any idiot would have done this, right? He didn't seem too nervous when, Yeah, what the fuck? This guy seems like a bit of a psycho. I don't... Like, why does this petition exist? he killed 3 people doing something illegal, and he didn't really seem to be too concerned or remorseful when it happened. Like, again, we do have a court system that does, you know, presumably judge people fairly. Why would there need to be a fucking petition? He fucking killed 3 people. Well, thanks for the donation, Skur. Grey Knight donate $2. Damn, man. Look at Mamdani bench 135. That's how you get votes. Somebody already sent me that. I don't think that was even 135. Those look like 25-pound plates. Because they look small. I'm pretty sure those are not 45s. They look particularly small. Maybe they're 35s, but I don't think they're 45s. But yeah, he's a little bitch. If you're an adult man, his age, and you can't even bench that weight, that looks to be about 95 to maybe 125 pounds, you're a failure. Thanks for the donation, though, Grey Knight.
Fight me in a cage.
Unfit, right? I guess he's fucking fat powerlifter and he's not in shape because he fainted doing overhead press. Fuck you. You're a fucking idiot. Yeah, let's see how, out of shape I am, huh? You wanna fight me in a fucking cage and see how out of shape I am? I guess I don't have to be in great shape to fight you, would I, dipshit? I just have to smash you on your fucking head! Unfit.
Yes. People say some of the stupidest shit. Overhead press is known for, in particular, for making people faint. It's worse even than deadlifts. And then people are like, oh, you might be really out of shape. You can see plenty. I think David Lade fainted, Lex Little fainted doing overhead press. I've seen, just about everybody faint during overhead press. Thanks for the donation, though, Killing Titan. $2. Here's the attack on you, again, using absurd, out-of-context shit for personal attacks. Also, that Destiny video didn't... He already refute all that shit 2 years ago.
Time up until...
Yeah, I know. We're going to react to that video. Don't worry. I've already got it up. And, yeah. Again, they know it's all bullshit. They know they're lying. They're just doing that because they don't like Destiny. And these are all fucking imbecilic liars who have no moral principles. And when they have an opportunity to lie about someone they don't like, they'll just do it because, again, they have absolutely no moral principles whatsoever. Thanks for the donation, too. Brian Gaines, $22. Brian is actually the fucking goat, but I do think he was capping a little bit after he got the money. Lol, dude, if I got $300 million, my depression would just vanish instantly. It's a plus he's vegan, too. He's not vegan. He's plant-based, but he's not vegan. I would say a large amount of people certainly do have depressive issues related to insecurities with their finances. If you're struggling to get by and you don't have much power and control over your work and you're not getting paid what you think is fair, yeah, that's going to make a lot of people depressed. But he was already making good money before then. It's not like adding a fuck ton of money on top of the good money he was already making is going to cure his depression. What in the fuck is this? What? Okay. So, yeah, I mean, if you took your average dipshit off the street who's working a crappy 9 to 5, their depression probably would vanish because, again, the root cause of their depression is all the stress and crap, from their finances. But if your depression isn't related to that, I wouldn't expect your depression to go away.
2013,
you guys were acquired by PayPal, which at that time was still part of eBay, for $800
What in the fuck did he do to his face?
million. And from what you said in a previous interview, 300 million of that was your cut. How did that feel to sign that contract and then look in your bank account and you have $300 million in your bank account?
Surprisingly, like this really weird mixture of emotions. I mean, at that moment, I was depressed out of my.
I got a kitty here. Look at my gum. Got a nice big kitty. It's very handsome. Love you, Gum.
My mind. I'd been struggling with chronic depression for a decade. And I was leaving the Mormon church. I was in the middle of getting, separating from my relationship. It was complicated. I've been running myself ragged as an entrepreneur for 14 years, working my tail end off. So it would be a really nice story if I said, like, best moment of my life, and I started crying, and there was a sunset. But it was.
Yeah, I mean, thanks for the donation, Brian Gaines.
He was 13, victim was 5. He's catching shade. What is your opinion? Do you think beating up predators is right? Han Solo a como low blow.
Fans and people that just fuck with me on a day-to-day basis that have to wake up and see that bullshit or go to bed last night to that shit or my DMs, you know what I mean? Like, real shit, I'm just gonna cut straight to the chase, man. I was 10 years old, bro. 10 years old, bro. And we was just showing each other's dick, seeing who had the biggest dick type shit, bro. And I was the oldest one, so I got smoked for that shit, bro. Don't let these niggas play no, you know what I mean, no narratives on me like that, bro. I ain't never been no P-file, whatever, you know what I mean?
He was 13, victim was 5. Who the fuck knows? Like, I'm not interested in spreading, like, rumors about people online. I don't know any of the facts of the case, and I wasn't there to witness anything, so I have no fucking idea. Just let it play out in court if it's gonna play out in court. Other than that, like, it's he said, someone else said, whatever. I don't know. Do you think beating up predators is right? Like, I mean, it's kind of fucking stupid. I don't care about watching this stupid trash content. They're not helping children by doing this, and if anything, they're harming kids because when they attack predators in these sorts of videos, they're making it harder for the police to prosecute. So they're not helping anybody, and it's just grifting trash content online. Thanks for the donation, Cockrocks. Don't send me predator catching videos where people beat up predators. I have no interest in watching that.
Old world monkeys actually can't get SIV, which is the cousin of HIV in humans, whereas new world monkeys can, and humans can, obviously. So we have a gene called TRIM5 alpha, which basically fits around the capsid of the virus like a baseball in a glove and prevents it from infecting. And so it seems like what happened, and you can actually make a few mutations in TRIM5 alpha and find that this is true, is that TRIM5 alpha once protected against an HIV-like pathogen in the primate genomes. And then there was this challenge from this massive endogenous retrovirus, and it was so bad that the genome lost the ability to fight off these HIV-like viruses in order to restrict this endogenous retrovirus. And you can see it because that retrovirus integrates into our genome. There are like latent copies, like the half bodies of this virus all throughout our DNA code. And then this particular retrovirus went extinct. Reasons unknown, no one knows why. But we didn't like re-update that piece of our host defense machinery to fight off HIV again. And so we're in a situation where you can go in and take human cells and make just a couple edits in that TRIM5 alpha gene, and it's currently protecting against a virus which no longer exists, and you can edit it back to actually restrict HIV dramatically.
Huh. That's interesting.
The problem, the system is. When you're forced to buy 2 seats or squeeze into a space that wasn't designed for your body, it's not just inconvenient, it's dehumanizing. This isn't a luxury, it's a basic human right to travel with dignity.
This plus.
You know, this is why fat people are made fun of. It's not simply because they're fat, like they're actual jackasses. There's so many fat people who are just whiny, lazy, entitled fucks. And that's why they get made fun of and are ridiculed. Like, nobody cares if you're fat. But like it's these people that make it happen. Like, bitch, everyone else, you know, weighs under 200 pounds, and here you are, like 500 pounds, and then you expect everyone to fucking accommodate you. Like, go fuck yourself. Do you think this person is pro-Palestine? I mean, yeah, just look at her.
I use they, them pronouns, and I'm an interdisciplinary
Yeah, she's pro-Palestine.
major at UBC. I'm in my last semester. My primary thematic focus is decolonizing academia and public knowledge systems, and my secondary thematic focus is biocultural and linguistic futurity.
For those who don't know what
she is going to be unemployed after she graduates.
that means, can you give us a quick rundown?
Yeah, basically what I focus on is the promises that the institution has made and also the emergence of indigenous ways of knowing and being across the disciplines. And I feature in a lot of stuff like language revitalization, or the emergent vitality of languages, rather. And just kind of a bunch of stuff. I've taken courses in over 20 departments, so.
Okay.
Yeah, she's pro-Palestine, and she is going to be unemployed.
Ultimately gets settled. If you go back to World War II, if you go back to World War I, if you go back to every major conflict in human history, they all end with some kind of negotiation. Kristen, this is how wars ultimately get settled. If you go back to World War II, if you go back to World War I, if you go back to every major conflict in human history, they all end with some kind of negotiation.
What? Of all wars to reference, World War I and II, that ended in decisive military victories where the other country had to capitulate. He used that as an example. Like, what? Oh my god, what a fucking idiot.
This is everything I ate in KL, Malaysia for 24 hours. First stop was obviously to get the best ramen in town. Tozen is a fully plant-based restaurant with an amazing menu. We started strong with strawberry matcha. This was so good. We got the spicy mala ramen. This is our go-to, and I ordered the spicy tandan men. Their broth is made with a walnut base, which is so unique and flavorful. We also always get their lion's mane karage. That is so meaty. It tastes so much like chicken. This time we also tried the fried mushrooms with tartar sauce. That was incredible. For desserts, matcha mousse is a classic, but we also got the soy milk pudding with brown sugar syrup. It was soft, bouncy, and just perfect. Then we did some shopping. I have never tried sea coconut before, but it was so refreshing for the super hot weather. For dinner, I heard about this vegetarian nasi lemak. The stall owner went through all the dishes with us.
Chicken masala, mutton masala, udang sambal, fish sambal, udang sweet and sour, potato, sotong sambal, tau sambal, chili chicken.
So I went with the chicken rendang, mutton gravy, tofu sambal, and an onion sambal. I love that this place was so humble, yet every dish was so full of flavor. The service was
That looks like some good shit. I really like Indian food.
amazing. We also got an ice pandan tea to cool us down because goddamn, it was a hot day. I love that.
Alright, thanks for the donation, Dodo. Vegan Brains and Tellers, damn bro, your homie Xena, the witch is cooked all the way from this.
Because I don't think it would, fall under a right as to why humans just fucking breed these factories and shit like that. As far
To this.
Sorry. That's a real worker you almost shot at.
Huh?
Yeah, that's a real worker you almost
I don't give a fuck.
Like they're doing it around members of the public is utter bullshit.
No seatbelt? Yeah, she fucking shot me. Who did? Please call the cops. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, what's your name? Where did she shoot you? In the thigh. Do you know who it was?
Can you please turn that off?
Yeah, I just wanted to get the evidence because I can.
She's going around shooting people with a paintball gun?
The witch could be facing jail.
That's a really serious charge, by the way. They treat paintball guns and any kind of BB gun, airsoft gun, like a firearm. So if you shoot somebody in public, it's almost as serious as shooting somebody with an actual gun.
Time after she was caught using a paintball gun to shoot a random person at Lady Bird Lake. Fox 7 Austin's Libby Farrow has the latest on her arrest.
29-year-old Amaris Sampson, more commonly known by her Kick username Xena the Witch, was arrested Wednesday night around 10 p.m. She was arrested for intentionally causing bodily injury and deadly conduct. On Saturday, August 9th, Sampson is seen in a live stream shooting a random person with a paintball on the trail near Lady Bird Lake. She's participating in an annual...
Yeah, any kind of, like, paintball guns are considered weapons, and anything that shoots at a certain velocity where you can, like, rupture somebody's eyeball or, like, kill them, it's considered, like, the same as a firearm. So, like, it's a really serious charge.
Citywide $30,000 prize money worth scavenger hunt that's hosted by another streamer, Ice Poseidon. But the event is not city sanctioned.
Oh my God.
Austin police were searching for Sampson as she had a warrant for her arrest. They located Xena the Witch while live streaming with other streamers in a van with no license plates outside of Fox 7 Austin on East 10th Street. The arrest caused quite a streamer frenzy where many of them showed up and streamed. I knew this was going to happen. If you are being investigated by the police with a warrant, obviously this was bound to happen at some point. Xena the Witch's official Kick account has been banned and shut down. She could face up to several years in prison and a $10,000 fine. Libby.
Yeah, she should be put in prison for years. Like, that's retarded. You can blow out somebody's eyeball with a fucking paintball gun. It's really stupid.
The witch could be...
Just really fucking stupid. Bro, and what the fuck, Ice Poseidon actually strong as fuck. Let me see.
Come on, dude.
Oh.
What are you talking about? How hard are you talking about?
Just like, I'll make it look hard because you're gonna fall, but I'm not gonna actually hit you. I would never hurt you, bro.
Okay.
Okay, ready?
On my face?
Yes, like in your
No,
head.
motherfucker.
No, because you're just gonna fall.
No, I'm not on my... If you hit me in my... No, fuck no. That shit hurt.
Click.
You're 4'11". You can't be...
How are you coping like that right now, bro?
You're right. I
How
can't...
are you coping like...
Well, he's not strong. I wouldn't say he's, like, weak for a man his size, and, like, he does exercise. Like, he did do that boxing match and everything, but, like, yeah, it's a woman.
All right, let you go. Tickle him, they let you go.
Yeah, he's not strong, but, you know, he's just has, like, what strength you'd expect for a grown man. Thanks for the donation, Vegan Brains.
Best Buy has a good deal on fucking Chromebooks in my area. Should I buy a Chromebook? Are Chromebooks any good? Would you buy a Chromebook? What do you think of fucking Chromebooks? Chromebooks, fucking Chromebooks. Chromebooks.
Chromebooks are the best computers, and I'd highly recommend getting them. Thanks for the donation, Chromebooks.
Have you read the little book of common sense investing? What do you invest in?
I have not, and I invest in myself. Thanks for the donation, Joe. Have you seen the movie Weapons? Nope. It's only in theaters, and I haven't gone out to a movie theater in quite a while. I do want to watch it, though. Alright, let's watch this dog shit, brain rot, retard, dumb fuck content this guy made.
Disclaimer, this video is educational and informative in nature. Do not contact anyone shown in this video. Also, this video...
Oh yes, I'm sure no one will ever contact me after you make... Buddy, fuck you, okay? This video is educational. Don't contact anybody in this video. Look at this. So here's the fucking comments. One of the top fucking comments, he killed his cat with a vegan diet. He forced an obligate carnivore to starve to death painfully. That's not how my cat died. He died from an infection. Had nothing to do with his diet. Colton hearted the fucking comment, putting it to the top of the fucking list in the top comments. So don't contact anybody in the video. And then he's like basically telling people and signal boosting this bullshit that I'm a fucking animal abuser who fucking kills my pets. How about you suck my dick, you lying two-faced cocksucker? Like this guy's a dipshit. Fuck you, loser. Like, what a load of fucking horseshit. Like, really? I'm that relevant again? That you had to make this fucking video and start bitching and, like, spreading lies about me? You couldn't find some other fucking dipshit TikToker fuckface to talk about? You had to, like, spread lies about me? Just absolute horseshit. So, this guy is a two-faced lying dipshit. Don't believe any of this crap. I'm just, like, doing journalism, and I'm just trying to, like, make sure people know the truth about stuff. Like, fuck you. You're doing this for clout, and attention, and money, and you're a fucking liar.
Video is discussing steroids. Do not use steroids. This is entirely for educational and entertainment purposes only.
We got vegan gains on steroids and divorce before GTA 6 ever even released. This is going hard. I just feel like the fitness industry is crippling itself every single day that it exists, and it is just wild to be a part of. We got fake natties left, right, and center. We got people admitting to be fake natties, but then also lying about it and using several other influencers to scheme up a little professional stunt. I don't know. Crazy times. Now we got vegan gains, one of the most vehemently vegan individuals I've ever seen, that has a very interesting past starting to take steroids. No hate on the man either, as much as I could sit here and stew the internet.
By the way, every fucking clip he showed of me in this video is me not on steroids. So this is a clip from a video I did, I think in June, or July, pretty sure it was June, where I was not on steroids. I went on steroids August 1st, and he's showing video clips of me before August 1st. So great journalism there, jackass.
Slop pot. I think we will just touch on what's happened currently, a brief overview of the past. Now, Vegan Gains is a YouTuber and streamer who has quite a dedicated audience.
Always keep making those vegan gains.
And I will be completely frank with you, before I get into this, I am not going to debate anybody about veganism or what's right and wrong. Thank you very much. My intention with this video is for it to be a point of reference, an update into the lore archive, if you will, and to keep you guys entertained while you eat or do otherwise, because I too am lonely and eat with strangers on the internet talking to me. And if you like that kind of thing, make sure you hit subscribe, because statistically speaking, there are 2/3 of you which are not subscribed to this channel. And I know we're a small channel, but it's a massive thing. It really is. It would mean the world to me if you could just become a part of our community and click that subscribe button. I promise I won't crash out as my career widens as an influencer or something. That makes me sick to say. I don't want to be an influencer.
Do you know? Is HBP 5000 natural? I have no idea what that is. I don't want to be an influencer. Oh, right. But you do everything an influencer does. Fucking lie. To make content. Like an idiot.
Who the f I am? I just like making videos and drinking copious amounts of White Monster. So some brief history here before we get too deep into things. Richard, or Vegan Gains Burgess, isn't just a vegan bodybuilder. He's a YouTube and a king of scorched earth callouts. He blew up in mid-2010s off of the basically worst of the fitness industry. And then he set himself on fire with shock jock tactics, gloating about viral illnesses, filming family medical emergencies, and swinging knives on the camera while threatening critics. Fast forward to now, new streams, new drama, and personal life is in a public freefall. I mean, this is an interesting situation. The guy has been on...
Yeah, my life is in freefall. Somehow. Apparently, if you break up with someone who was a leech and abusive and just draining your life, and you move on, your life is in free fall. You're supposed to stay with the person who is a leech and abusing you and just being emotionally manipulative. Oh, like that's how you know your life is going well. When you stay in an abusive, horrible relationship.
On his rise to fame, flame out, fame again. I don't even know where we're at this point. But welcome to the latest chapter of another internet.
Like again, why is this guy commenting on my relationship when he has no fucking idea why Jasmine and I split? He has no idea, like, what was going on behind the scenes. And if he wanted to know and make accurate content on the topic, he could have just messaged me. Why didn't he message me about this if he wanted to understand what fucking happened? And I'm pretty sure, like, he probably could still find Jasmine's social media accounts to get her side of the story, too. Like, I'm pretty sure YouTube and Instagram are still up. So why, he's just a liar. So this guy is deliberately uploading fucking nonsense because... even though he says, I don't want to be an influencer, well, he's doing the influencer thing where he just makes up fucking bullshit to create a narrative that he thinks is interesting so that he can get fucking views.
influencer. Did I forget to mention that vegangains is a vegan and talks about vegan lifestyle? That is the case. Often, though, it's not the case. He talks about many other things, but his whole spiel is around health, awareness, and veganism. So let's just quickly cover some of the things that he does talk about that does not relate to health and fitness. It's pretty counterintuitive even. There is an influencer named Pete. He got cancer, and in multiple videos and streams, the man went on to mock him for his cancer and told him that eating meat was the cause of it, and he's getting exactly what he deserves from getting cancer and potentially dying.
And since your followers have a tendency to dislike my videos before they even watch them, I think it's...
I'd have to go back and watch the video. I don't think I ever outright said he got cancer from eating meat, but I said, like, buddy, the guy's diet is just so fucking horrifically awful. The idea that it would have no contribution is just silly. So yeah, it's absolutely plausible that his cancer either was caused or was exacerbated by his horrible fucking diet and lifestyle. And the whole reason I made fun of Furious Pete's cancer is because he was making fun of animal abuse. So if Pete thinks it's okay to make fun of animals being abused and killed, then what's wrong with me making fun of him having cancer? If it's okay to make fun of animals suffering and death, I'll make fun of Pete suffering and death.
It's only fair that you die of cancer.
You know, so crazy shit. His grandfather had a heart attack. He briefly posted a video of the fatal heart attack, not like him in, you know, just in the hospital bed getting...
I never posted a video of my grandfather having a heart attack. That is a lie that he made up. It never was posted to the internet anywhere. So that's another lie that he made up. If I'm full of shit, if there is a video out there, show it. Where? If it was uploaded to the internet, it would still be on the internet. Someone would have the video clip. So where's the video clip? Oh, there is no video clip because I never uploaded a video of my grandfather having a fucking heart attack. So that's another lie. Great job.
Like of him having a heart attack to make a point about death and then later making the point about eating meat being part of this. He removed the video due to family pushback.
You know that my grandfather recently died of a heart...
No, I never removed a video of my grandfather having a heart attack due to family pushback. I removed a video talking about my grandfather having a heart attack because of family pushback. I never uploaded a video of my grandfather having a heart attack. I only uploaded a video of me talking about my grandfather having a heart attack.
And I just got back from the funeral thing that we had. It wasn't exactly a funeral, but a bunch of family got together and I was dragged to it. But anyway, I was planning on showing you guys footage of my grandfather actually having the heart attack. As soon as the paramedics got to the house, I took out my camera and started filming. But a bunch of people...
So he's literally showing a video clip of me saying, I never uploaded the clip. And then he's saying, I uploaded the clip. Like is this guy, like, brain damaged?
My family, my mom, my grandmother, uncles, that they threw a big fit about me showing that footage on YouTube.
Like, by the way, why is this still... Like, am I going to be 80 years old and people still talk... Like, look at me. Like, I'm clearly so much fucking younger. This was 10 fucking years ago. What relevance does this have to fucking anything? Like, maybe I should look up Colton's, like, old MySpace account or something, like, really dig through his internet history, and I'll find a video of him reciting rap lyrics where he says the N-word, and then I'll say, oh, see, Colton's fucking racist. He said the N-word. Or maybe he had some, like, weird fucking political belief where he was, like, a communist or something when he was 12. Oh, look, Colton's a communist. When he was 12 years old, he posted this to MySpace. Like, what, like, is this something that I'm, like, is always going to get brought up until I'm, like, fucking 80 years old? Who fucking cares?
He died of a heart attack. Showing about me showing that footage on YouTube.
Another part of his career after admitting to sadistic and violent thoughts in the past and in his videos.
I think it's perfectly fine to commit murder, wait for a perfect opportunity when they're all alone, and I just walk up behind them and just bash.
Oh my god. This was a satirical video, you fucking idiot. I was making fun of meat eaters and how they justify violence. Yes, cherry pick a video clip from a satirical video and act like I was being serious. Buddy, like, how about I take a clip of Arnold Schwarzenegger in Terminator where he says, I'm a Terminator, I kill people, what is wrong with murder? And then I just take that clip out of context and say, Arnold Schwarzenegger's crazy. He thinks he's a robot from the future and he's gonna kill people. Like, it's so stupid. Great. This is the type of person you are. You're a fucking liar. Good job. Like, this fucking dickhead tries to make himself sound like some, like, rational fucking observer who's just commenting on news, giving you information. Oh, I'm not a grifting fitness cunt like the Liver King who lies. Well, no, you are that. You are a fucking liar. You take things out of context. You make up stories about people. You don't get the actual person side of the fucking story. He could have easily messaged me about any of this. He makes shit up just because he thinks it happened and provides no fucking proof for it.
Smash them over the head with a steel baton, cut them up into little pieces, and keep them in my freezer. You know, someone like me just might come around and take it away from you.
He posted a spiritual turn claiming that psilocybin changed him and made him empathetic and feels much better about his mental stability.
Really important for me, not only becoming vegan, but just becoming a better person and not becoming a crazy.
I don't even think that video I was talking about a mushroom trip. I'm pretty sure I was talking about an out-of-body experience I had when I was in the hospital when I had a severe infection. So again, just making shit up. Dodo donate $2. You used to like Coach Colton, right? Did he now you watched his videos?
Do you know the Alexander von Humboldt story?
Well, yeah, I knew he watched my videos. We talked before I was on one of his live streams, but yeah, this guy's just a two-faced liar.
No. So Alexander von Humboldt's one of the most famous scientists in history. He's kind of forgotten now. He had this one expedition to South America where he climbed Mount Chimborazo at a time when very few Europeans had done that. And so he was able to observe various ecological layers that were repeated across latitudes and across altitudes. And it caused him to formulate an understanding of how selection was operating on plants at different layers in the ecosystem. And that one expedition was the basis of his entire career. And so when you see something named Humboldt, just to give you a sense of how famous this guy is, it's usually Alexander von Humboldt. It's not like this is some like massive, prosperous German family name that just happens to be really common. It's this one guy. And so really it was like this singular year in which he conceived a lot of our modern understanding of botany and selective pressure.
In many cases, if you look at the greatest scientists ever, they had many of their greatest achievements in a single year. So
yeah, the Annulus Mirabilis.
Yeah.
You guys believe that Muhammad is unlettered, yeah?
Yeah.
And that's basically meaning, just to clarify, he can't read or write, right?
When he first received revelation, no.
Okay. So my question would be is, why is there a hadith saying that when he was kind of on his deathbed, he got a pen? How come he wrote?
Okay. Two things. One, he could have learned to write. Or second thing, he was getting another companion to write on his behalf and was going to dictate. Remember, he received revelation over 23 years. In that time period, he was a statesman, he was a diplomat, he was a leader. Maybe he learned to read and write in a capacity. I mean, nobody's saying that he had some...
Like, it's curious that God would give him divine revelation, but not teach him how to read and write. Like, it's such a... like, Muslims are just fucking cracked.
Kind of physical deficiency that he could never learn to read or write. Nobody's saying that. Nobody's saying he was mute or anything like this. All we're saying is when he received revelation, he was...
The Prophet Muhammad probably was mentally retarded. When he married his first wife, I think he was in his 30s, if not older, like 40s. And she was illiterate. And she was running a business, a trading business. And over that period of time, he never learned how to read and write. That just sounds like something like a stupid person would have a problem with. So he probably was mentally disabled.
Somebody who wasn't known for reading and writing. Whether he learned to read and write over that 23-year period of being a statesman and a leader and such, it can be argued. Or, like I say, there's another opinion. He was asking for the pen not for himself, but for someone else to...
Oh, right. His first wife was older. I'm maybe mixing things up. He was still older. Like, he would have at least been in his late 20s. So, I mean, still, like, retarded.
Describe it down. It's not a matter of our religion, is it? It doesn't matter whether or not he'd learnt to read or write at that time or whether a scribe was writing on his behalf. It doesn't matter.
For me, it matters. I'll tell you why.
you a Christian?
Because
Are you a
I'm
Christian?
thinking it's actually
Are you a
more of a
Christian?
contradiction.
Are you a Christian?
I'm a Christian, yeah.
Yeah, well, we don't really care
Yeah,
what
I'm
you
a
think.
Christian.
You can't even read your own Bible. Forget trying to read our hadith. You don't even understand your own scriptures. You ignore your own scriptures. You misunderstand your own scriptures. You misinterpret your own scriptures. You read your scriptures with such bias.
Cookies sounds better than biscuits. I don't know.
Jeffrey's
biscuits sound tasty.
Richard, do you think you could beat up Raja?
I don't know who the fuck that is. Thanks for the donation, dude.
flirting with a girl, but there's so many people around. He'll never be able to escalate with her now. He needs to take her somewhere alone. But how can he do that? What could he say? If only there was someone who could help Jeffrey. Adonis.
You don't have to do or say anything. If a girl wants to be alone with you, she wants to be alone with you. So you'll figure out pretty quickly if she wants to be alone with you if you ask her to go to your apartment or something. Stupid.
Adonis sends Jeffrey a text message. It's the secret of making her want to be alone with you. Secret number 1, appeal to her.
No, secret number 1 is she's attracted to you. If she's attracted to you, she'll want to be alone with you.
Her emotions, not to logic. Secret number 2, you only need to invite her to come somewhere basic. You don't have to go over the top. And secret number 3, you need certainty and...
Never, ever appeal to women's emotions. That's what women try to get you to do. And it's a way to manipulate you. Never ever appeal to their emotions. Just do whatever the fuck you want. So just act in your own set of interests. If your interests align, then it's all good. If they don't align, then if that creates problems for her, then she can leave. But don't appeal to women's emotions.
Conviction. You don't ask her to come with you. You tell her. You say, we're gonna go on a walk. Come on. Thank you for sharing your secrets with us, Adonis. We'll make sure to scroll down below the video.
Yeah, this guy's just an idiot. Illegal alien fucks around, robs man on street, immediately finds out.
Yo.
How do they know this guy's an illegal alien and not just some kind of jackass?
Stop.
Stop. Take it. Stop. Take it. People right there. People right there. Take it. People right there. People right there. Oh.
How, this is just some fucking Twitter garbage. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
I'm eating high-quality sardines RN. Isn't this peak nutrition? Does tofu compare?
Tofu's better. Thanks for the donation, dumbass.
I agree with Coach Colton and Coach Blaha on this. You should have stayed with Jasmine. That was peak content. Although I do enjoy post-Jasmine ments. Dower-wise.
No. Thanks for the donation, 21st.
Hey, did you ever get into any of that hand grip training craze? Does it really have much benefits besides stabilizing lifts or anything?
Well, if you want to build up your forearms, you probably want to do some type of grip training. So just use grip trainers, where you close the spring. I don't know specifically what you're talking about. Are you talking about grip training for climbers? Are you talking about grip training for arm wrestlers? There's a lot of different type of grip training. Thanks for the donation, though, Ed Ment. But yeah, if you're doing barbell or dumbbell lifts, it helps because you have a stronger grip, and it does build up your forearms. Cockrock's donated $2. Is this your birthday? Have you been fucking any bitches? Only 4 body count. And how old are you? 34. Ever feel like life is just dull and boring and just wish a attempted genocide would happen? No. That's great. That's not what I did on my birthday. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Crazy insane.
Raja's Rampage Jackson's son. I'm pretty sure he trains MMA. He'd probably beat me.
Serial killer, because that's the road I was really going.
Vice actually calls this out several times and mentions his whiplash as a content creator to be concerning. A long-running aggressive pattern of his as well is showing weapons on camera, saying very violent rhetoric towards critics, oftentimes brandishing a knife, you know, just do-do-do-do-do.
Great. So, show video clips from 10 years ago. Because that's the only fucking video clips you can find. Am I doing that now? Have I done that recently? Okay, so we're just complaining about something I did 10 years ago. All right.
Which is not allowed, technically, so can't do that. It's widely documented, And there was an instance with John Meadows, where he's mocking John Meadows' death and insulting him and his family, saying that his son's gonna end up just like him, and much, much worse things.
Yeah, so seems like your kid's picking up your shitty fucking habits, dude. Yeah, maybe he'll die the same way, a fucking heart attack or something. You're proud of your son for this? Holy crap, your kid's a loser. Well, your son's a piece of fucking shit just like you, asshole. Yeah, there he is, fucking torturing animals. Yeah, putting a hook through a fish's mouth. Yeah, hopefully he dies of a heart attack soon, too. I'm sure he eats like shit, just like his dad, so...
So, what's the problem with this? Am I missing something? Oh, wait. It's normal to, like, be in favor of animal abuse. Oh, I'm the fucking weirdo who thinks you shouldn't torture and kill animals. Okay.
So, yeah, hopefully that piece of crap also fucking dies in his sleep.
Or maybe you've seen the clip like this one.
I hate children. They literally make me sick. When I
Yes, the baby stomping
I'm
thing.
just talking about those basic coke hand grips for working out your forearms in general. Is just building up your general crush strength with no particular sport-directed goal useful?
Useful for what? So, like, is it useful for doing math and being able to get a PhD degree in university? No. So what do you mean useful for? If you use captains of crush grippers, your grip strength increases. So you can use your brain and figure out what that might be useful for. It might be useful for the type of lifting you do. Maybe you do powerlifting where you're in a federation that doesn't allow you to use wrist, like any kind of grip thing, like wrist wraps. So you have to have a strong grip in order to hold onto the bar, and the captains... So, like, just use your fucking brain, dude. Like, why do you do weight training? What do you think weight training's useful for? So, captains of crush grippers are a form of fucking weight training where you specifically focus on your grip strength and your forearm strength. I don't know why you have to ask me the same thing again. Thanks for the donation, though, Edmund.
I see babies in a commercial.
So, again, this was a fucking clip from a video where I was doing a bad joke, honestly, but it was satirical. There was a clear, obvious punchline that I added into it. What people did was they took this clip out of context, removed that portion of the video that made it obvious that it was a joke, and now, to this day, 10 years later, people are still bringing it up, like... Okay, dude, if you think I'm such a crazy, wacko, psycho, why did you do a live stream with me? Like, if I'm such a horrible person, I'm insane, and I threaten people with weapons, and I want to kill children, why did you do a live stream with me where you were talking with me for, like, an hour? Like, you're just a fucking, like, sleazy, lying cocksucker.
And pump on the fucking pavement.
Or this one. Or
Yeah,
this
great.
one.
Last night I had the stream that
Okay, apparently you're not allowed to upload satirical content. Okay.
I rescued a chicken, and then somebody stole the chicken, killed it, and ate it, but I found out who did it. I tracked them down to their house, and I slowly tortured and killed their entire family. I cut off...
He's literally showing an edited video clip from Veganism Exposed where obviously none of this happened. Like, what the fuck? Like, this guy is such a liar.
Their arms and hands and grilled them in front of him and forced him to eat it. After he did that, I slowly killed his wife and child in front of him.
This is far from...
Yes, I clearly committed mass murder. Right, I was being serious. Oh, I'm crazy. Somebody call the FBI on me. Oh my fucking god, dude. Like, this is what people do?
and completing the vastitudes of content and things that the Vegan Gains has said in his career as an influencer. But
like by the way, what does this have to do with anything? Like again, this is years and years and years ago. Oh, let me just make a video where I show Vegan Gains clips out of context from 10 years ago where he's way younger. And, I don't know. Let's talk about how he does steroids now.
it's a good topical overview. We'll just end it here and catch you up to speed with what's going on now. Because he's back in the spotlight. You wouldn't believe it. He's streaming under a new banner, airing out his divorce. And he certainly has never lost the ability to stir drama.
To happen, if your wife finds better, she can always upgrade. Hoes ain't loyal. That's usually like 99% of the time not why women break up. Sure as wasn't the reason she broke up with me. Otherwise, I wouldn't have had to, help her pay her rent for the first month in the new place she's getting. But thanks for the donation, Vegan Bitcoiner.
So recently, he got divorced by his ex-wife. Clearly, this pushed him to reconstitute his sick physique. You'll love to see it.
No. So again, he's just making shit up. He has, we've messaged each other on Instagram. He could have just reached out to me and asked. I was training to bench 410 pounds. This was while Jasmine and I were still together. I was still working out, lifting weights. I was just bulked up and not as lean. So I had a lot of muscle mass. After I benched 410 pounds, I decided to diet down. That was still during when Jasmine and I were together. So this was already happening when Jasmine and I were together. And I just continued along that path, still dieting, still weight training. Me deciding to lose weight had nothing to do with breaking up with Jasmine. So thank you, making up more lies and bullshit and stories about something you know absolutely nothing about, and you had every fucking opportunity to reach out and ask me, but you didn't because you don't have any interest in the truth, and you just want to spread lies and bullshit on the internet because you think that that's more entertaining. You're a fucking influencer, and you don't care about the truth. You don't care about facts. You just want to spread lies and bullshit in the interest of getting more views and making more money.
See it. You love to see it. Nothing will ever motivate you to do some diabolical shit like Heartbreak will. It's a really strong motivator to do just about anything. This transformation caused a stir on the internet. Not only that, the divorce itself did. And now people were asking questions about why and how and going onto his streams and poking at him some more. And people have taken his comments on the matter less than great, losing fans that he's had for a very long time. Vegan Gains would often be complaining about how she would spend $100 and so he would be forced to only eat potatoes. Or that how he made all the money in the house and all.
What fucking sense does that make? She spent $100 and then I could only afford potatoes. Like again, that is just ridiculous fucking nonsense you made up. So he could have asked me. We had financial issues at certain points during our relationships. One of those times was when we moved from Toronto to Guelph. We had very little fucking money because of a bunch of legal issues that were going on. And there was the adpocalypse on YouTube. So there was periods of time where I had to cinch my belt, reduce my spending. And I would actually put effort towards doing that, where I literally was only eating potatoes. Jasmine, on the other hand, would do absolutely nothing to help and contribute to the finances or the relationship in any fucking way. And she would go out and spend $100 fucking on groceries, whereas I would cut back and only spend $4 a week on fucking potatoes. That's the actual story. But again, you don't care about the truth. You don't care about asking anybody or fact-checking anything. Let me make up nonsense and just post it to the internet. Because who cares? I'm an influencer. Let me try to get as many views as possible. I don't care if I'm lying or saying something that's not true. I'm an influencer.
All she did was spend his money so that he could never spend money. Many people started to really get the gist of, hey, this is my last straw with the guy. I don't want to follow him anymore. I don't want to listen to him speak. It further acted as a catalyst for people to discuss more of the things going on in his life.
Buddy, this is the most stupid, nonsensical fucking horseshit. If anything, me breaking up with Jasmine gained me respect. Most people did not like Jasmine for a variety of reasons. She was an extremely fucking negative person. She would treat me pretty terribly, even on stream. She would nag and annoy me when I'm trying to do work. A lot of people also just didn't like the way she looked. I liked the way she looked, but a lot of people would talk about how she's ugly. There were a lot of reasons why people just didn't like her. And if anything, I got a mostly positive response after I announced that I broke up with Jasmine. So that's not fucking true. And yeah, I stopped taking him seriously when he brought that dog from the breeder. So again, this is Jasmine. So this is entirely Jasmine. Jasmine convinced me to allow her to adopt a dog from another country. I think it was Romania or something. She ended up becoming friends with some woman from Romania who said she wanted to adopt out a dog that she couldn't take care of. I wasn't comfortable with it because the whole story sounded really suspicious. It sounded like this woman was a dog breeder. And I told her, I don't want to buy a dog from a breeder. And then guess what? Oh, I love animals. I feel like I'm gonna kill myself if I can't take care of an animal. I'm so sad. Why do you do this to me? I left Belgium and I had to give up the animals that I had, and now you're not letting me have any animals. Where? And then she'd treat me like shit, threaten suicide, and then she eventually manipulated me into like giving in, and I said, okay, if you promise me this dog isn't from a breeder and you're just adopting it, sure. Well, guess what happened? The woman was a dog breeder. That particular dog had serious fucking health problems, was costing her a ton of fucking money because she wasn't able to get to the root of the problem with her health issues. She already spent a lot of money on veterinary bills, and she wanted to offload that dog onto someone else so that they could take care of the fucking medical bills. So we paid for the flight for that dog to come over there, and we paid her for some of the vet bills. That was the agreement. She spent a few $100s on like a veterinary visit, and obviously she didn't tell us what the veterinary visit was for. When we got the dog, yeah, we found out the dog had serious fucking health problems, and we finally found out what the fucking issue was. She had a genetic disorder where she didn't create enough pancreatic enzymes, and then we had to give her an enzyme supplement, and then she was fine. But this is after spending thousands of fucking dollars on vet bills. So again, this is Jasmine. This is Jasmine that did this. And yeah, the raw meat thing, that was fucking Jasmine. This fucking idiot nearly ruined my entire fucking career and reputation as a vegan activist because she insisted on getting this fucking dog from some fucking dumb bitch she didn't even know from fucking Romania. And then when it had health issues, she like panicked and then ordered a bunch of fucking raw meat from some like weird fucking company that sells organs. And then I had a fucking freezer filled with raw fucking meat for stupid fucking reasons. And then after I had a huge fucking fight with her, she decided to like actually put in the effort into trying to figure out what could possibly be wrong with the fucking dog. And then she tried giving it the fucking enzyme supplement, and then that fixed it. And then the dog was on the fucking vegan diet. But that dog was a fucking asshole. I've never had a dog or any animal where I genuinely didn't like them. That dog was a fucking asshole. Like, just constantly complaining. Just so difficult. You couldn't take the dog outside and, like, just have it take a shit. You'd have to walk for, like, 3 fucking hours for the dog to finally take a fucking shit. Like, so we ended up giving the dog away to some people who had a fucking farm. But again, that's Jasmine. That is Jasmine trying to ruin my career and reputation because of some stupid fucking bullshit where, I want something, give it to me, and then like threatening suicide and all this other fucking bullshit. But yeah, I'm an idiot. Like, oh, vegangains. Oh, his relationship. Oh, he broke up with his wife. He's crashing out. His life is getting destroyed. Right. Leaving a... Dude, like, she's a terrible person, okay? If you think my life is worse because I left a terrible person and an awful relationship, then you're a fucking idiot. Okay, my life is infinitely fucking better without her in my life. I don't have to listen to her fucking constant emotional abuse where she berates me over fucking nonsense. I will do nice things like clean the kitchen, the bathroom, do the grass, do the laundry, and every fucking time I actually go out of my way to do housework that she should have done because she was not working and all she did was spend like hours constantly in her fucking room playing video games, she would fucking berate me over it. She would humiliate me. Why are you doing the dishes that way? Why are you filling up the dishwasher like a fucking idiot? Why are you mowing the lawn that way? You're not even cutting the grass right. Oh, I can't believe the way you're cleaning the kitchen counter. It's fucking stupid. Constantly. When I'm actually contributing to the household and fucking... No. I get no respect, no consideration ever. I'm just constantly fucking humiliated by some abusive fucking psycho who just takes advantage of me. But apparently when I leave that person, my life is falling apart. Well, great. If my life is falling apart from that, please make it fall apart more. I want more of that. 2 donate $2. Damn, you should sue this clown for defamation.
That poor wolf dog is most likely dead by now besides.
I don't fucking care. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Damn, you should sue this clown for defamation, literally making shit up for views. His brain dead viewers coming over with troll donos free money. Here's the fucking issue. Defamation is a very high bar to actually prove. I would, 1, have to prove that the claims he's making aren't true. And 2, I would have to prove he maliciously made these claims knowing they were false. So I don't know if it's, it probably wouldn't lead to anything if I did sue him, because it's a very difficult bar to actually prove, malicious intent. So it's probably not worth it. Thanks for the donation though, Dodo. Or 2, I mean.
Also, it was part wolf. What do you expect, Lamau?
It had nothing to do with it being part wolf. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. It wasn't part wolf. It's just called a wolf dog.
Which never really helps. For instance, how he fed his dog raw meat from a breeder whilst also being a vegan. But moving forward, recently vegan
Again, that's not what happened.
has been basically all over YouTube, different channels and different streams talking about his divorce. For example, someone we've actually made a video on this channel, which did pretty well, Fit and Fearless, discussed with Vegan Gains how to date women.
Well, I've had an interesting few years. He was not teaching me how to... Well, he wasn't really teaching me how to date women. The only reason I went on the FitX Fearless live stream is just because I saw him live streaming, and I've known of his content for a while. I kind of like some of the content he uploads. Like, he says some silly things. Like, he always tells dudes to get a hair transplant. Like, he says some dumb shit. But I like how he tells men to never drink alcohol, eat healthy, go to the gym, start working, get your life together, go to school, don't get girls pregnant. Like, I like how he gives men, like, really good, solid advice, and there's a lot of dudes who watch his content who benefit from it. So I appreciate his content, and I figured it'd be kind of nice to just talk to him, and maybe we could see if we could do a collab in the future or something, if he liked the talk. And since his live streams were centered around, like, dating and relationship advice, I figured I'd just bring up the recent divorce and just, ask him for the fuck of it. Like, hey, how do you think do you have any, advice for, improving my fashion, or, advice on, hair or something? That was it. I don't need any dating advice at this point. married when I think I was 23, 24. I was dating my wife for about a year before we got married, and we just recently decided to separate. You know, the relationship kind of ran its course. Kind of learned that people are the way they are, and women kind of play these games where they'll act as though they have kind of interest in your type of hobbies, and then it turns out once you're married and once they realize, like, okay, things are locked in, they get very complacent, and I think that's part of why the relationship kind of failed. It was kind of doomed from the beginning, and we just weren't kind of perfect for each other. So things are going good, you know, as far as life goes. I'm making good money, and I get to keep more of my money because I don't have to support my wife anymore. She's got her own place now.
So you were dating her?
Not true. VG wolf dogs are wolf domestic hybrids. Proof.
No, that's not the dog that Lucy was. She's not a wolf dog. What is it? It's a Norwegian wolf dog or something. They're like 1% interbred with wolves or something. They're not hybrids. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Her for a year, and then you married her within a year.
Yeah, some of that had to do with it being a long-distance relationship at the beginning.
Why were you in a long-distance relationship?
Well, I actually am diagnosed with antisocial personality disorder, so there's very... What's the deal with this skip? Why were you in a long-distance relationship? Cut. Edit to... I was diagnosed with antisocial personality disorder. What does that have to do with... Like what? Very few people that I'm genuinely interested in. If I were to do everything all over again, knowing what I know now, I probably wouldn't have bothered, but I don't regret the relationship. I definitely wouldn't date a foreign woman again, just because like it's a huge hassle.
Okay, so don't get into long-distance relationships.
Yeah.
Number one, date the woman for at least 2 years before you even make her your girlfriend, because you need to see who she really is as a person.
2 years? So do you mean live-in girlfriend, or like what do you... Kid Boot and Tillers, this is why we need to ban niggas. Let me see. Well, I was going to react to that later. I'll react to that after. Thanks for the donation, Kid Boo. I mean by that.
No, like she has to be part of my rotation for 2 years for me to deem her girlfriend material. What I'm trying to say is you could have avoided all of this, whether you have personality disorder or not. Being more...
My brother told me that I am racist, but I think that's impossible. I love niggers, do you? On a scale of 1 to nigger, how nigger are you, and do you prefer your whiteness over your blackness or other way around or neither? Thank you, bro.
I don't really conceptualize who I am as a person by my race. But I don't care. Thanks for the donation, Ontario Potato Farmer.
Okay, still it was 1% wolf. What do you expect? Of course it's an asshole. A thing that's any part wolf is an asshole because wolves are evil.
Well, that's a good point. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Patient with your dating life and picking the best woman. Not saying you got to go sleep around. Not saying that you got to go date 50 girls. 1 or 2 girls, no more than 3, that you are consistently dating over a long period of time before you pick the one that you consider your girlfriend. Because it saves you.
That is really weird. I literally did not understand what the fuck this guy was talking about. The idea that you would be seeing up to 3 women at the same time casually dating for no little than 2 years until you decide to make any kind of commitment to be exclusive or monogamous. Like the type of chick who'd stay around for that long probably isn't the type of girl you'd want to date to begin with. It's really weird. I did not understand the advice he was giving. Just really strange.
So here you are talking shit, making excuses for why your cat died, lying about not being on steroids, talking shit about babies, making fun of dying people, etc. You should really reflect on yourself. You are immoral and these are good people with dignity.
Okay, that's great. Appreciate the donation, Vegan Gains, the incel loser. I need the N-word pass. Well, it is granted.
you from all of this stuff.
Arguably, some of the worst possible relationship advice that I have ever heard, ever. Like, this is...
It's certainly the most, like, baffling and confusing. Yeah, it's weird. I wouldn't listen to FitX Fearless for dating advice. He does give good advice when it comes to, like, not getting girls pregnant. Other than that, yeah, I wouldn't listen to him for dating advice.
If you need potatoes, let me know, bro. I appreciate niggers.
All right, I'll let you know. Thanks for the donation, Ontario Potato Farmer.
Terrible. Date a girl for 2 years without actually dating her. Don't have her be your girlfriend for 2 whole years. 2 trips around the sun. You ain't touching that gal. She's just a part of your life. She's an accessory, just like a handbag. She's just another monster down the drain. That's crazy. That's crazy. Also, expecting that girl to both be loyal to you and support you while not allowing yourself to be in a relationship with her so you keep the door open. Crazy work.
Also, when would you argue for an hour to get her to take her clothes off? Was the sex enjoyable? What about for her? Was she enjoying it? Well, it's not like, it was a constant thing. Like, when she gained weight, she was really reluctant to ever take her clothes off. So, every week or two, I have to kind of encourage her, and on a couple occasions, we got into a big fight about it. The sex was enjoyable for me. She is kind of sensitive. Like, she would complain about sex being painful. Like, so she would often complain about just getting stretched out a fair bit, and sometimes she'd like leave and stuff. So it kind of depends. Sometimes, like, she wouldn't really complain about pain too much, but every time she would.
But from the sounds of it, the start of his relationship to the end of it wasn't necessarily the most healthy thing. But again, we don't know what's happening behind closed doors. Let's be for fucking real here. Divorce is a tricky topic. Relationships are a really tricky and muddy topic, and there's always 2 sides to the story, and you can never just take one side. So
there is not 2 sides to the story. She is a liar. Plain and simple. Just a manipulative, awful, horrible liar.
There's some potentially sketchy stuff going on, but putting that aside, this massive event has led vegangains to do some crazy things that I genuinely never thought we would see from him.
vegangains has recently shown off his results from his training this year. He has now just stated that he has joined the dark side and is now juicing.
Well, I actually just started taking steroids 5 days ago. But I've been natural for my whole life up until August 1st of this year.
But anyway, he's shown the results of his training this year, and he's clearly...
Yes, and they are still showing footage of me being natural. They literally showed the video clip of me saying, I started taking steroids August 1st. And then they show a video clip from July, either June or July. Like, why? It's like, I can understand, if I just said I've been on steroids and I gave no date or time, but when I literally give you a date, a specific date, August 1st, and then you question, well, maybe he was on steroids before then. Like, it's just a weird thing to lie about. And I don't think I'm known as somebody who's particularly dishonest, if at all. Like, if anything, my fault is maybe I'm too honest. And, like, I share things that, like, people find offensive or hurtful or, like, crazy. So why would the assumption be, oh, he's lying about taking steroids August 1st, and he was taking steroids before then? Like, on top of that, too, you can see changes in my physique. Like, there's a fucking difference. Like, look at now versus, back in, June or July. Like, there's a fucking difference. I've gotten a fair bit fucking bigger and harder and just, like, rounder. Like, there's a fucking difference. Clearly, I hopped on around the time I said I did.
Clearly packed on size and is ripped. That video was a month ago, so he's claiming natty in that, but is now openly juicing moving forward.
I've pretty much gotten to damn near the peak of what I think I can achieve naturally.
Yeah, the dude's hopping on cycle. He's already saucing to the gills.
And that's me natural.
As a vegan...
Like, by the way, I've uploaded clips or photos on my Instagram.
I mean, just look at how they rip apart deer.
Yes, it's not nice. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. I have physique update photos on my Instagram since I've been on gear. I just showed you one of them. Why is he showing footage from when I was natural? Like, Colton has me on it, like, I don't know if he follows me, but he's messaged me on Instagram. He knows I have Instagram. So why wouldn't he check there? I haven't uploaded any physique photos or videos or anything since August 1st to YouTube.
Bodybuilder. But hey, I mean, the steroids are vegan friendly, basically.
No, I didn't see 28 years later yet. As far as I know, it's not on any streaming service, right? Coach Colton lost the debate against you, so he's holding a grudge. He's like Curl King. Yeah, pretty much. I can only figure, like, it's such a weird thing to get butthurt about, too. Like, why?
Basically all the carrier oils in which you would use to inject the hormone. Let me just briefly explain a little bit of science for you all. Basically, you got, let's just say, testosterone. You are going to attach something to that testosterone, so as soon as you inject it, it doesn't just completely absorb and you have a huge spike in serum levels of testosterone. This is called an ester. There's multiple esters. You have an enanthate, sustanon, you have cypionate, and decionate, acetate, so many more. Most testosterone formulations are going to come in an enanthate or a cypionate form, and most of those forms are going to be in a carrier oil of the nature like grapeseed oil or sesame seed oil or cottonseed or MTC oil or ethyl oleate, which you don't really want to ever
I'm getting it in cottonseed oil.
Mess with, but the carrier to the testosterone is in part the ester and in part the oil. So when you're injecting something, you're not actually, the testosterone isn't the oil, that's just what the testosterone is carried in. And those oils are made from plant-derived sources. So that is completely vegan. Even the rarest forms of oil are still going to be plant-based. There is an animal-based, but they were using animal-based oils decades ago, and I would not want to be injecting animal-based oils in me anyways. That just sounds horribly not so legitimate. And on top of that, like the benzyl alcohol BA, as you'll see it labeled a lot on these testosterone vials, as well as benzoate. These are not animal compounds. They're synthetically derived compounds.
Yeah, I use testosterone cypionate and the carrier oil is cottonseed oil.
Compounds that are meant to keep sterile environments. So you can use steroids and still be a vegan. Scratch that. If you're using oral steroids, there's sometimes going to be capsules, and those capsules can be made out of gelatin. A lot of the times, most of the times, it's the cheapest and usually easiest form that Chinese suppliers will put these things into. And so that would be basically crossing the line for your veganism. So if, vegangains was taking a shit ton of Anavar or D-ball or whatever, we might have some problems. But also most of the suppliers out there are putting
I think it depends. There's a lot of Anavar tabs that don't, so,
Get into tablets, not necessarily capsules, so you don't have to deal with that like gel.
I think I've only seen one person ever use Anavar capsules and not tablets. I know the supplier that I get my gear from, they're in tablets, so there's no, like, gelatin or anything added. Yeah, I've only seen, I don't know where the fuck he got it from, but I've literally only seen Anavar sold in a capsule, like, once. Everything else is a tablet.
Gelatin encapsulation. I feel like everyone's getting on juice though these days. Like genuinely everybody. Like it used to be this thing we would talk about. It used to be like, like don't get on cycle before your first day in the gym, bro. Now that's like actually happening. Plus some. We got, the craziest situations going on. Steroid allegations out the wazoo, and they're usually valid, and it blows my mind. And look, I get it. Divorce is a mother. Like I can't even imagine. It's hard to get grips with. And I think one of the most interesting situations that I'm faced with as a coach every single day, multiple times in a week, even I can have conversations about men who have been divorced and they want to completely uproot their life and start a journey to build a new body.
My decision to go on steroids has absolutely nothing to do whatsoever with a breakup or divorce or anything. It's my decision. I've been considering it for years, even while I was with Jasmine. It's just a decision I came to because I feel it's in my own best interest. Has nothing to do with, oh, I'm going to show her, I'm going to get in the best shape of my life and be, like, get some other hot girl. Like, it had nothing to do with that. Could not be fucked. So it's just a decision that I thought would be best for myself and my own interests.
To brush off the dust after the debris has fallen and start taking the Sazul to get their new physique set up.
Again, he could have asked me about this. Has nothing to do with why I'm going on steroids.
After they've been divorced, they would now, want to start taking their fitness journey seriously.
And again, all this footage is me natural. None of what he's showing is me on steroids.
Seriously, taking a new try at it with a vigor that's founded in hate and malice. And to be fair, it usually works. And also, to be completely fair, you usually see these same guys level up.
Yep, natural there too. The only video footage that I've uploaded of me training on my YouTube channel with me on gear was the last workout live stream I did. So this is me on gear. It is blocked behind like a paywall. You have to be a member to see it, so I can understand that he wouldn't want to like become a member just to watch the video. But again, he has access to my Instagram, and he knows I have Instagram because he's messaged me on Instagram. So just weird choices for this video.
Up in a relationship, but I don't know if it's founded in the most healthiest.
Because again, this is giving people the idea that, oh, this is video footage of me on steroids. It's not. This is me natural.
Of terms. But it's something I do hear genuinely multiple times a week. Like I hear this all of the time, and people want to get coached for this specific.
And again, that's me natural.
Specifically. And I mean, to no fault of their own, right? Like whenever anything bad happens in life, I think men have a tendency to just really push away and try to, you know, start anew in some capacity and become very nomadic in certain ways.
How much did you weigh, Natty? 200. I'm currently 205.
And this is, you just see this in many different things. It's essentially the midlife crisis. You know, dude buys a Corvette and grows a beard and, you know, starts going to bars on the weekend or some shit. I don't know. That ain't me, dog. I think, though, what's going to be extremely interesting is what's going to happen to vegan gains.
And that's me natural.
Moving forward. Because, of course, his physique is going to astronomically change. And he does, whether he has been natural or not for this entire time up.
Yeah, so, again, very obvious change. So this is after 3 weeks on gear. So that's me not on gear. Wait, I don't know why YouTube is automatically setting the quality to fucking potato. Oh, that's just his video. I don't know what he's doing to capture some of the footage on my channel, but okay. Yeah, that's me not on gear. This is me on gear. Like, there's already a pretty huge fucking difference.
Now, he does have a sick physique. He's developed quite an impressive physique. Now, the thing is, how much more impressive can it get? That's going to be staggeringly interesting to figure out. I would also be extremely keen on hearing what exactly he's taking so we can kind of dissect what that cycle is. But
again, he's messaged me on Instagram before. He could have just fucking asked. I'm on 30 milligrams of testosterone cypionate per day, and I started off with 4 IUs of growth hormone. I switched to taking 5 IUs of growth hormone, I think about 4 or 5 days ago. So currently 30 milligrams test-cypionate per day and 5 IUs growth hormone per day. So that works out to 210 grams test per week.
Did Jasmine even particularly like muscular men? Seems like given her terrible diet she'd prefer larger men. Maybe I'm wrong, but I never felt like you going on gear was to show up your ex. Weird claim TBH.
She clearly did find muscular men attractive. Well, like, for one thing, she was dating me. And 2, like, you know, she like, we did talk about celebrities that we thought were attractive. Who is the guy who played Aquaman? Jason Momoa. Like, I remember, like, her saying Jason Momoa is really hot, and, like, I told her that, like, I wanted to diet down and, like, look like Jason Momoa, you know, sort of physique. And then she was like, oh yeah, that would be really hot. So she clearly has a type for muscular men if she finds Jason Momoa attractive. And, you know, she said, oh yeah, it'd be hot if you got, like, in shape like Jason Momoa. The flip side to that is it also made her feel insecure. And she'd talk about how, like, anytime I got in shape and started getting lean, she'd feel fat and inadequate. So thanks for the donation, though, Dodo. Or not Dodo, I mean Pharaoh. Thanks for the donation, Pharaoh.
But more importantly, we've covered many stories on this channel about people losing their minds when steroids become involved. Connor Murphy comes to mind, right? Connor Murphy is a great example of...
Connor Murphy, to my knowledge, never took steroids. He took SARMs. I don't know if he ever took steroids, and the reason he lost his mind was because of ayahuasca, not steroid use. Had nothing to do with any sort of performance-enhancing drugs. He was taking ayahuasca or some form of DMT. It sounds like he was taking DMT. He might have originally done ayahuasca, but then he switched to like DMT, something like that. But he was doing DMT or something like that on a daily basis for weeks or months on end. Why would you think steroids would make you lose your mind? Like, is Ronnie Coleman the like literal king of steroids? Is he like a crazy lunatic? Is Jay Cutler nuts? Like name any of these pro bodybuilders and Mr. Olympia competitors. Like, they take more steroids than anybody. Are they like all nut job wacko lunatics who don't know their shit from their oatmeal and think they're God and the universe is a hologram and they're in control of it? Like, no. So I don't know why you'd think steroids would make you go crazy. They don't make people go crazy.
Somebody who absolutely went batshit crazy after abusing the Sazul for a long time. And there's really good reason.
He went crazy. Like this is well established and documented. Why is he saying this? So he's lying. He's deliberately fucking lying. He knows Connor Murphy had an issue with psychedelic drug addiction, in particular either ayahuasca or some kind of DMT extract. And now he's fucking claiming Connor Murphy went nuts from taking steroids. He knows that's a lie. He's deliberately lying so that he can say, oh, vegangains is going to go insane from taking steroids. And I'm sure he showed those other clips, earlier to say, oh, vegangains was already crazy. Now he's on steroids. He's going to be even crazier. Right. Anybody with any, half a fucking brain can see just how fucking stupid this is. He showed clips of me from 10 fucking years ago. He can't find any clips as of recent from the last few years of me doing anything other than, being offensive. Like, oh, making fun of somebody who died. Okay, great. I wouldn't call that crazy. I'd call that inconsiderate at worst. And now he's lying about Connor Murphy going insane from steroids when he never did. And it's all a fucking narrative. Influencer. I'm going to make up lies and create a narrative so that I can be an influencer and get money and views. Influencer. Yeah, Connor Murphy seems better now. I think he got some kind of intervention.
Will you talk about Rampage Jackson's son? I have to go to bed soon, frown.
Yes, it's literally in the title of the fucking live stream. That was what I was planning. So we're going to finish watching this video, then we're going to talk about Rampage's son. Thanks for the donation, 21st. Yeah, and you're a jackass still. Anabolic androgenic steroid administration, self-reported aggression in healthy males. So this is a garbage paper. It's self-reported. This isn't a randomized trial. It's not even a prospective cohort, and it relies on self-reported data, which is the most inaccurate form of data collection. And it's also not fucking discerning what types of androgenic anabolic steroids people are taking. There's a big difference between taking testosterone and taking Anavar and taking Dianabol and taking, what is it? Tren, or taking Nandrolone. As if they all affect your body and brain the same way. So this is just stupid.
Research to say that when the right person starts taking steroids, or really the wrong person, some awful, profound effects to their mental health can happen. This meta-analysis with a placebo-controlled trial did AAS administration and found that there was an increased self-reported aggression in healthy...
Oh, weird. Self-reporting again. Isn't that interesting? We're relying on self-reporting. Yes. Excellent, excellent data.
males that were previously not on steroids. Another very large claims data.
Well, great. If self-reported data is so reliable, well, here's my self-report. I'm happier. I have a greater sense of well-being. I'm less prone to getting angry. I feel more cheerful and joyful throughout the day. Even when things that would normally upset me come my way and people try to frustrate me, I have a much easier time keeping a level head, and I'm less prone to anger. So, fuck you. So much for your narrative. Oh, Vegan Gains is gonna go crazy from taking steroids. He was already insane, and oh my god, just imagine what's gonna happen. This is coming from the fucking lying jackass, who, by the way, on fucking Instagram, just take a look at this guy's Instagram. He coaches people. Well, look at his clients. Isn't that what? You have clients that are taking steroids? But I thought steroids made you go crazy. What? I thought they made you go fucking nuts. Like, don't they make you more aggressive and go insane? And they're so bad for you, and they're gonna make you into a fucking murdering lunatic? Why are you coaching people and teaching them how to take fucking steroids, Colton, if this is what steroids do? Isn't that weird? So the majority of this guy's fucking coaching clients are on fucking steroids. Colton himself has taken fucking steroids, so you're just full of shit. You're a fucking lying two-faced jackass, and you just make up whatever fucking shit you need to be an influencer. What's gonna get me the most amount of views so I can monetize the video, so I can make money? Influencer. Jackass. Forgot my namification, donate $2. Does this look legit? I'm going to talk to my doctor next month and get blood work done. I'm going through Dr. Todd Lee's steroid playlist. Are you considering taking anything else in the future? I have no idea if this is a reputable site or source, dude. The source that I get my stuff from has independent third-party tested verification, and they post a certificate of analysis. I'm not seeing a certificate of analysis here. And the price is a little suspicious. Well, I guess it's in USD, right? What's the conversion? Seems like maybe a little cheap. Testosterone cypionate usually comes in 200 milligrams per mil and 10 mil vials. That's $250, and it's about $20 cheaper than what I'm paying if we adjust for conversion rate. So I don't know. There doesn't seem to be any certificate of analysis, and I have no idea about that website. I am almost certainly going to take other compounds. The most likely is going to be Masteron. Thanks for the donation, though. Forgot my namification. Retard donated $2. Let me see.
I've had it up to here with people coming on this stream and telling me that I vape. Cody, I need you to hear me when I say this.
I didn't say that.
I don't vape. And the fact that you would perceive me as a person that would vape, that would smoke the nicotine, it honestly, it makes me disheartened in the way that I'm presenting myself to my community. Okay?
How dare
Because
you.
guess what? It's not a fucking vape. It's an anxiety pin. I'm sorry that I have anxiety.
Is an anxiety pen just a vape? There are two main types of pens. Pens that are very similar to vapes containing cannabidiol, CBD, pens that emit a soft light spray. Essential oils have breathing timers, fidget spinners, or some other function. So it's a fucking vape. Yeah, it's literally a vape. Why, like, what the fuck is wrong with this guy? This sounds like he has, like he's actually fucking unhinged.
Anxiety. Okay, and honestly, yeah, it is kind of
It's literally a vape.
the fault of people like you that want to come up here and bully and berate me over something that I don't do!
Like, dude, this is like me saying I'm on anxiety meds, and then somebody says, oh, so you're on drugs. And I say, no, I'm on anxiety meds. Yeah, anxiety meds are drugs, so you're on drugs. No, it's anxiety meds. Why do you keep saying I'm on drugs when I'm on anxiety meds? Like, it's a fucking vape, dude.
Okay, so cut the shit. It's not a vape. All right, it's an anxiety pin, and God, the amount of times that I've asked you to respect me and respect my anxiety pin is, at this point, getting
I don't think this is an act. I think he's, like, actually fucking weird. That is really weird. I don't like that guy. He's a fucking jackass, but that's really weird. He has problems.
It can't be worse
Staten
than
Island
Vance.
Grow Iper sent $5. Would you rather bang Kamala Harris or Tulsi Gabbard?
Oh, definitely Kamala. Kamala's got riz. Tulsi Gabbard, it's like she can't read. You ever see her read the teleprompter? And she's got the ice pick scarring, you know. So, definitely Kamala. Kamala's she's pretty hot.
That's kind of weird. Yeah, you know she's a scumbag because she does CrossFit. Like, I know it's a meme, but CrossFitters are genuine scumbags. Thanks for the donation, retard.
Fuck Gaza. Fuck Palestine. Fuck followers of Islam. Fuck Hutch users. All inbred losers. Long live Israel.
I gotta agree with most of that. Thanks for the donation, ...
Guess who was on Tucker Carlson?
Israel, right? Oftentimes when we talk about foreign aid that goes to Israel, at this point, I believe it's about, $4 billion a year, on top of all of the military aid that we've been pumping into Israel over the last 2 years. I mean, it's unacceptable to me that we're doing that. And in the backdrop of that, you have the
$4 billion is fucking pennies, by the way.
United States Congress cutting $1.1 trillion to Medicaid? Really? That's the problem? That's where we need to cut funding from? By the way, also cutting funding to food assistance?
So that set might look familiar. I assume that person does, because of course that's our Anna Kasparian who went on Tucker Carlson's show. That clip was from just the first few minutes.
If you're going on Tucker Carlson's show, you're not somebody who should really be taken seriously. Like, you're just a grifter. Like, I know Tucker kind of has a big platform, but like the guy's literally full on come out as a Nazi now. Like, who cares? So it's just a grift. Young Turks are just grifters. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Yes, you seem very happy, Richard. We all totally believe you. Remember when you convinced yourself you were going to storm TriStar Gym only to backpedal when you realize you have zero experience in martial arts? You're not a tough guy, just stick to gear.
Well, I was going to do it, but I tore my adductor. I have tendinopathy after the after that tear that happened before, and I tore it again. So yeah, I don't want to do any martial arts until that's healed. If I tear it again, like completely, I could be like permanently disabled. So I'm not gonna risk it. Thanks for the donation though, Jimmy.
Database found that testosterone users had a higher odd of basically suicide or intentional harm or depression and anxiety like symptoms. This study found that basically AAS users are commonly riddled with anxiety and depression, more so than not in the groups that they studied.
Cool. That's not me. So, also, how do they know that was from AAS use and not people with anxiety, depression trying to use steroids as some form of self-medication? Again, this guy tells people how to take steroids. He's a fucking online coach and shit who does this. Like, it's just ridiculous. So, if you think steroids are so bad, why do you tell people how to take them? Why don't you just tell them, no, I don't do that. I don't encourage it. Don't ever do steroids. They're bad. It's because you don't believe this. You're just uploading this horse shit because you're trying to spin a certain narrative.
And did psychological evaluations in. Hell, there's even, I mean, all of this is relatively new data, but there's even new data on the changes of brain structure and impairment in its day-to-day function when steroids are involved.
Right, because literally all steroids work the exact same way and have all the same side effects regardless of the type of steroid you use, what dose, and how frequently you use them. So that's nice.
Using neural imaging, evidence supports that chronic AAS exposure is linked to structural and functional changes within the brain that are permanent architectural changes, meaning you ain't getting that shit back. Now, of course, I do want to be very clear here. This is not taking TRT. This is abusing steroids in a copious fashion.
I'm literally only on 210 milligrams of testosterone. A lot of people would consider that high TRT range. I would consider it performance enhancement, but like that's very light performance enhancement.
Synthetic drugs that were created to be some sort of treatment didn't actually work out. People are injecting into their bodies. Now, we know the behavioral traits of vegan gains, historically speaking, and he's...
Yes, we know how I acted 10 fucking years ago. Like, I mean... I know I've aged pretty well, but I think you can tell this video is from a while ago. Like, I do look older.
He's even recognized it himself with his anger and sort of
like you know what? Let's try to find a video of Colton from when he was 5 years old, and let's see if there's like video footage of him throwing a tantrum at like a grocery store when he's going grocery shopping with his mom. I want the Oreos. Why can't we get the Oreos? And then like Colton's throwing stuff around at the grocery store, and I say, oh, Colton's unhinged. He's fucking crazy. He has anger issues. Did you guys know Colton took steroids? Oh my God, he was already crazy before. Now he's on steroids? Oh boy, that's gonna be a problem. Like, yeah, dude. If you have to dig that deep into my internet history, like 10 years ago. And, like, by the way, this is just online. I've never been charged with a fucking crime. I've never assaulted anybody, never killed anybody. I just go on about my day like a normal fucking person. I don't have a criminal record. Like, a video clip of me online, most of these clips he even showed are literally satirical. They were literally meant as jokes. And then he's using this to say, oh, he's crazy, and he's gonna get even more crazy. Okay, like, I guess if a video pops up of you when you're 5 throwing a tantrum, we can all freak out and assume certain things about you. Retard donated $2. Let me see. Yeah, somebody already sent me that. Thanks for the donation, retard.
Rational behavior at times. And so I wonder what these steroids are going to do to the guy. I guess it depends on what kind of publicity you consider good publicity.
Well, I've been on for 3 weeks. Let's see. Haven't murdered anybody, haven't assaulted anyone. I've just been working out, training, doing my normal routine, and I feel better. So, nothing to worry about, I guess. Everything's fine. There's the update. Everyone stay calm. It's not like I'm gonna blow up and explode. It's okay. Fucking pathetic.
Have we watched the new Frank shorts yet? Also please watch. Mike, that is 777 quintillion 777 quadrillion 777 trillion 777 billion 777 million 777,777 inches long.
No, we haven't watched it yet. I'll react to that later. Thanks for the donation. My clitoris is bulging.
Publicity. To be honest, I don't like to dance around that, so I just like to talk about things. That's really all I care about, so yeah. And just as a little added bonus here, everybody who comments on this video with a purple heart emoji, I will put you into a random drawing, which I will record, that...
Well, this video was fucking stupid. So, he pulled up a bunch of clips of me from 10 years ago that have no relation to who I am now, how I act now, made up a bunch of lies about my previous relationship, why we broke up, why I hopped on steroids, how I'm doing now, has no clue about why I went on gear, why I broke up with Jasmine, what the circumstances were around that. And he's making up a bunch of lies about, like, the side effects or something that I may or may not be experiencing. Like at least half of this, he could have literally just messaged me and asked me, what steroids are you on? What side effects are you experiencing? How are you doing? Why did you break up with your wife? Why did you start doing steroids? Like, he could have just asked me this and then had at least moderately more accurate information for this video. But nope. Let's just make up a bunch of lies and bullshit and assumptions, and because influencer.
Another annoying thing is all of those videos you put in the beginning of them that they're jokes. They go out of the way to not mention that because they know their idiot fans do no research. It's a decade ago. Damn, they got your nuts deep down their throat.
Yeah. You know, like, I must have a unique skill where I just live in people's heads in perpetuity. Like, you know, I wouldn't say my channel's dead. Like, when I upload videos, they still, you know, get views. I think a few of them broke like 20K. I think some went over 30. Yeah, like that last one, 25K, the depression one a few months ago, and some of the training vids, that was around 30. Like, it's not dead, but I mean, I'm not nearly as relevant as before, but like, literally, people are still thinking about shit that I did, you know, like 10 years ago. It's really weird. Thanks for the donation though, Pharaoh. Well, what a fucking idiot. Alright, so, Kid Boo wanted me to react to the... So this is Rampage Jackson's son. Almost kills a pro wrestler live on Kick. Jackson was scripted to deliver fake punches to the wrestler. Instead, he delivered 22 real punches to an unconscious man until separated. No impulse control, no honor. Not compatible with civilized society.
Was recently prescribed Clomid 25 mg daily for low-end testosterone. Wanted to get your thoughts on it and if it's a minimal risk route to take or not.
Whoever your doctor is, you should fire them. They're absolutely outrageously fucking retarded. Both Clomid and HCG have a higher risk of side effects than just taking testosterone, and they will also not boost your testosterone as much as just injecting testosterone. So if you have low testosterone, why would you not prescribe testosterone? It's fucking stupid. So yeah, let's go with a drug that has a greater risk of fucking side effects that is less effective because, oh my god, testosterone, that's like the hormone that makes men men. We don't want men to be men. Oh, men are like big and strong and competitive and like they're not risk adverse and they actually do work. You know, like they build buildings and bridges and shit. They literally created civilized society. Oh, that's that hormone that men have. Oh, you're just I'll give you Clomid. Like, so your doctor's an idiot, fire them. If you have low testosterone, you should be on testosterone. Unless there's some other cause for low testosterone, so like, if you're zinc deficient, zinc deficiencies can suppress your natural testosterone to a pretty substantive degree. Outside of issues like that, if you have low testosterone and you're suffering symptoms of hypogonadism with no like obvious cause, like you know, you're super stressed out, you haven't been sleeping, you have vitamin mineral deficiency, crap like that, you should be on testosterone. Clomid and HCG, I think there's maybe one other drug that stimulates your pituitary gland. They come with a greater risk of side effects and they're less effective. So it's fucking stupid. Fire your doctor, call them a fucking retard. They're a dumb fucking bitch cunt. And just go to a fucking TRT clinic, dude. That is just some of the most monstrously stupid shit I've ever fucking heard in my life. I've known of a few other people who've had to deal with that shit. I've seen some people who are prescribed either Clomid or HCG, and they sometimes they hopped between the two because they couldn't handle the side effects from either. They had massive amounts of aromatization and they're developing gynecomastia. They had like nausea, sleep issues. They couldn't concentrate. They're feeling sleepy and run down constantly. And doctors kept switching them between the two medications, Clomid, HCG, and I think there's one other that's, stimulates the pituitary. And then they eventually just went to a TRT clinic, went on testosterone, and they were fine. So, like, why would you deal with that? Like, it's stupid. So your doctor's a fucking idiot. Like, absolutely outrageously fucking stupid. I cannot even explain to you in words how fucking stupid your idiot dumb fuck doctor is. So stop dealing with that dumb fucking bitch who doesn't have your best interests in mind and is prescribing you stupid fucking drugs that are more dangerous than a safer, more effective alternative because they're a fucking idiot who just, rather than making any sound, rational decisions based on patient interest, they're putting you on a more dangerous, less effective drug because of weird stigmatization around steroids. Oh, they're dangerous. Oh, something or other, a wrestler killed his whole family, or I heard they have side effects, or I don't know, I'm an idiot and I never learned this in medical school and I can't admit I'm a fucking idiot. So, just go to a TRT clinic. Thanks for the donation, though. The man with the plan.
By this same logic, I guess the beast is bad for having a tartum as well at the 1.28 mark.
Huh? never to come here.
I didn't mean it.
Yes. According to Colton, the Beast is a bad person because he was at one point dealing with personal issues. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Retard donate $2. Let me see. Are you gonna hop off and PCT sometime or just blast and cruise? Stop asking me stupid fucking questions like that.
Hey, I think that's a
Oh, you don't sell it? Easy.
Psycho STU thought Raja Jackson was a wrestler and was setting up a storyline. He apologized and they talked it out. Raja Jackson proceeded to hit this man with 22 unanswered shots until blood came from his ears. Lock him up. Why can't this shit not just be figured out in a 1v versus 1 on Rust?
He's not a fucking worker, bro. Calm down.
Yeah, what the fuck was that?
You're good.
What the fuck was that?
You don't sell it? Dude, he's not a fucking worker, bro.
What the fuck was that? Hold on. Fuck him up, bro.
He deliberately tried to make this guy land in a way that he would hit his head or hurt him. That's pretty clear. He didn't try to slam him flat. He deliberately tried to make him hit his head. Yeah, that is absolutely fucked. He needs... Jesus Christ. That is just sick and barbaric. Rampage Jackson's son is a literal piece of shit.
No, they can't wake the nigga up. He's fucking in the ring, fucking flatline, bro.
My bad.
You didn't have to do all that shit. I understand y'all had heat. You didn't have to.
You saw it? Let me see it. You broke his face?
Why is he streaming with fucking Sneeko? Oh my god.
Hey, is he gonna get banned for it? It was really bad?
I don't know, like, what is everyone who's like an MMA fighter or like celebrity, like, are they all secretly like fucking crazy white nationalist Nazis? Why in the fuck are they all comfortable with hanging out with Sneeko? It's just fucking retarded. Here is Raja Jackson accepting Psycho STU's apology before he brutally attacked him.
I apologize. I appreciate it. I didn't know. I thought you were a worker. You still doing camera. I get it. Still, we're not working out. Well, he gonna come out on your match. I know you keep thinking we're working. We're always working. I get it.
Yeah, this guy is just a piece of shit. Rampage Jackson's son is just a dickhead. Rampage is an IRL streamer now. He was in New York. Well, still, I mean, it's just weird. Yeah, Sneeko's a Nazi. Retard donate $2. Let me see. I want to clear up the misinformation about my son Raja being confirmed that the wrestler Stuart Smith, aka Psycho Stu, is awake and stable. Raja was unexpectedly hit in the side of the head by him moments before Smith's match. Raja was told that he could get his payback in the ring. I thought it was part of the show. It was bad judgment and a work that went wrong. Raja is an MMA fighter, not a pro wrestler, and had no business involved in an event like this. I don't condone my son's actions at all. He suffered a concussion from sparring only days ago and had no business doing anything remotely close to physical contact. As a father, I'm deeply concerned with his health and the well-being of Mr. Smith. That being said, I'm very upset that any of this happened, but my main concern now is that Mr. Smith will make a speedy recovery. I apologize on his behalf and to Kick for the situation. Your son's a dickhead. I don't know if any of this can be blamed on like CTE. Like, has his son really gotten a lot of brain damage so far? Because like CTE can make people violent and aggressive, but like regardless, he needs to be locked up, and this doesn't sound like a good enough excuse. There's literally video footage of the guy apologizing, saying like it was a thing for the show. He didn't mean anything by it. And the guy like still went out and just basically tried to get revenge on him because he was still upset about it. Like, that's just psycho shit. Thanks for the donation though, Rampage. Or I mean retard.
If he is, then why does Rampage Jack Soins support his son then?
I think it's because it's his son. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. His son isn't vegan.
Much appreciated. The Clomid literally got delivered to my house yesterday and I've just been staring at the boxes wondering if I should even take this. Glad I didn't.
Yeah, it's fucking dumb. Clomid is generally considered to be better than HCG, but it still comes with more side effects than testosterone. So it's stupid to not just take testosterone. Like, again, if the issue is testosterone, why wouldn't you take testosterone? And it is the most well-studied fucking steroid. It is the most prescribed steroid. The side effects are well documented, and there are many, many highly effective treatments and medications that have been developed over years and years that can be used in tandem with testosterone if needed to handle, the known side effects. So like high blood pressure, there's drugs like telmisartan. Increased red blood cell count, you can just get a phlebotomy or donate blood. Like these things are, like, testosterone is just so it's safe. It's a bioidentical hormone, so your body knows what to do with it. And it's extremely predictable. You know what it does. Certain people might aromatize more or produce more DHT or something like that, but you know what the side effects are going to be. And if you are experiencing any of those side effects, they're extremely easy to manage with other medications or treatments that have like no side effects. Like it's just so easy. But yeah, let's put you on a drug that comes with more fucking side effects that are harder to fucking treat and manage. So yeah, it's stupid. Just go to a TRT clinic. That doctor's a fucking idiot. I think one of the reasons why doctors like have this weird irrational fear with prescribing testosterone is because they don't know anything about how to do their job. So they don't teach you in medical school how to administer hormones. So because it's something that they don't know anything about, rather than actually researching it or learning anything new or admitting that they don't know and referring you to a specialist or telling you to go to a TRT clinic, let me just give you some drug that I know very little about that I kind of learned about in medical school at one point for a few hours in a lecture, and there you go. Let's see what happens. Doctors are useless fucking idiots. Thanks for the donation though, dude. Jerry donates $2. Does he make a valid point, or is he just catering to boomers? You didn't give me a link. If you give me a link, I can take a look. Thanks for the donation, Jerry. What was your testosterone before going on roids? It was at 540. I did get it tested in the afternoon. So it might have been a little lower than it actually was, like in the morning. I was having some sleep issues before then, so it might have been a little lower, but yeah, it was 540 when I got it tested, which is in like right in the middle of the normal range. But guess what? There's a reason why we have drugs. Because the natural world fucking sucks. We're aware that there are better things out there. We're not stuck with just dealing with our biology. And despite having normal testosterone, I can tell you at least personally, boosting my testosterone massively by taking testosterone has made me feel a whole heck of a lot better.
If doctors are so useless, then how did most doctors get a medical degree then?
Well, basically, they just run you through a program where you pay inordinate amounts of money to learn a bunch of random useless bullshit in school and memorize shit from a biology textbook. And then the weird delusional dorks that are able to pass that weird screening process end up going through residency, and then they're your doctor, a person who knows how to read and memorize a textbook on biology and shit. You know, rather than actually learning how to be a doctor throughout their entire course of schooling. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo. Yeah, this is just psychotic. Like, that is fucked. Yeah, and the other wrestlers had to fucking hold him off. Dude, this is psycho shit. Like, by the way, it really can't be understated how fucking serious an injury like this is. Like, this guy may never be the same again. He might have, like, horrific, untreatable depression and kill himself from the brain damage he received. He may have lifelong fucking memory issues. Like, when you do this to somebody, they really should deserve it. Otherwise, like, you're a fucking asshole. Like, if you see somebody raping a kid, yeah, slam them on the floor and, like, just beat the shit out of them when they're unconscious. But when somebody, like, just does something that, like, annoys you and it's just a misunderstanding and they apologize and then you do this, like, you're a fucking asshole for putting them in a situation like that. Like, it's beyond fucked. Like, traumatic brain injury is really fucking serious, and it shouldn't be taken lightly. Dude donated $2. I think zinc might be the most calming supplement I take. I also take P5P, B6, and magnesium, but you think the zinc is more effective for my anxiety after some experience taking these? Have you tried just supplementing with zinc? I have taken zinc supplements. I honestly have not noticed any change in mood from, like, supplementing anything. The only supplement that I've noticed to appreciably change my mood would be ashwagandha, where it did have a calming effect. Other than that, like weed, you know, like marijuana, that has a relaxing, calming effect. Nicotine, it has, it improves your mood. Like, it stimulates dopamine release. It's hard to explain. Like, nicotine helps me really focus really well. It helps, like, make your nervous system work more efficiently. And it does give you, like, a good feeling of well-being, but it's not what I'd call relaxing. But yeah, like, I've never taken a vitamin or mineral supplement and noticed, like, oh, this is making me feel calm or I have more energy. I've never experienced that ever. It's just drugs where I notice that. Like, the only exception, I guess, is ashwagandha. Thanks for the donation, though, dude. Valor Mortis.
Also, if drugs are so good, then why are they demonized by Christians even as demonic, even as a cure, and instead such that we use plants as medicine?
What is the difference between a plant and a drug? It's literally the same thing. Drugs are literally just plants. They might be modified a little bit, but they're literally it's literally what they are. Christians are just like dumb. Thanks for the donation, dude. Chatterbait stream when? Do you think it's worth doing Chatterbait? Like, I guess people to watch me. I don't know. It seems like too much effort. Like, I'm already streaming and doing OnlyFans. Be kind of hard to balance the two. Hell is this game? It's turning into a Resident Evil villain? You know, I'm not super into the first-person hand-to-hand combat games. Like Dying Light, everyone liked Dying Light, but it's just super awkward when you're in first person and it focuses on hand-to-hand combat. Could be good. Seems like a sorta neat idea. You know, it kind of reminds me of the new Doom, because the new Doom had a lot of, like, hand-to-hand combat stuff added. But, yeah, it kind of looks interesting. Keep an eye on that one.
Welcome back to Shots Fired. Well, over the last 2 years, with all of the jamming of Israel propaganda down our throats, with all the
Can't fucking care less. I don't know why somebody sent me that.
Johnson say this. I am the health.
Whoa, this is an hour long. Jesus.
And him being...
Alright, let's watch some Frank Tufano. He's got a few shorts up.
Ever since I started my business in 2019, it's been a struggle against the secret society members, the elite, just to keep things
He's talking about Jews, by the way.
going. And whether they're hiring people to directly place chargebacks, whether they're leaving fake reviews and slandering my business, it's always something. But the important thing to understand is that these people who own grocery stores, whether it's Costco, Trader Joe's, Whole Foods, all these stores, when you go into them and purchase something, you're supporting the same people that are trying to take down my business. As far as I know, I'm one of the only, if not the only business that is owned by a non-secret society member.
He means Jew. He literally thinks every business is owned by Jews, and he's the only non-Jew who owns a business. He's dumb.
So not only are you putting money in the hands of the elite when you go to these grocery stores, you're supporting them in harassing and taking down other small businesses like myself.
This guy should, like, maybe actually be locked up. That is an unhinged belief. Like, that's like the types of people who think birds aren't real and they're a government psyop. Like, when somebody's saying that, it's really worrying that somebody would, like, genuinely not believe birds are real, or, like, all businesses are owned by Jews and they're all in some secret society and they're all trying to, like, destroy you because you're not a Jew. Like, he might be able to, like, you know, drive a car and make money and, like, do normal people things, but I would think it'd probably be best if somebody genuinely believed that they be, you know, instituted.
Guys, I don't want to talk about this doctor the rest of my life. I want my eyes fixed. I want my vision fixed. I'm tired of laying in bed for 16, 17 hours a day in pain, and I want to be compensated for what this guy did to me. And if you asked anyone else on the street how much money you'd have to be paid to be half blind and have your face...
He's not half blind. He drives a car. So why does he still have a driver's license? Why is he still driving if he's half blind?
disfigured, it would probably be in the hundreds.
Or that the COVID vaccine has microchips in it.
Yeah, I think the people who say that don't know what microchips are and what they do or how they work. But yeah, that's another one. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Is this video weird? Watch off stream since you're a retarded cuck, but watch and read the comments. Read. She says she's crying on the inside while Dower is lurking. All of Michelle's simps are dunking on Dower.
Was he doing the weird shit where he's trying to separate her from her friends and family so he can control her like he did with his other girlfriends? Yeah. Yep, that's what it sounds like. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Hundreds of millions of dollars. So for me, asking for my eyes to be fixed and be compensated a few $1,000,000, and for these people to gang stalk me and harass me and censor me and try to destroy my life, it's a testament to the elite, these people, these secret society members that control everything, how evil and selfish they are, and how the medical industry is. So, I mean, if my eyes can't be fixed, then I'm going to be outside of this guy's office for the rest of my life. Then if my face is ruined and my vision's ruined for the rest of my life, there is no reasonable amount of money that I can be compensated for.
I'm sure it's annoying what happened to his eyes, but he's not half blind like he's claiming. If he was, he wouldn't be driving.
Guys, the t-shirts are not for sale, despite the army of Taban bots being awfully worried about it. They're just for the people to wear as they're handing out flyers and brochures, because like people can see on the t-shirt.
Oh my god, dude, I wish I lived in New York. I could get one of these t-shirts for free. Bro, that would be so dope.
What we're doing, and they're more likely to support me.
Maybe, I don't know if anybody would bother buying it. It'd be kind of funny if I made a copy of that shirt on Teespring. Dude, that would set Frank off. Maybe he wouldn't be mad and he'd appreciate it because it's the Taban thing. That would be fucking funny though.
Because I've been heavily shadow banned and censored on social media. I've been deeply...
I enjoy reading Michelle from China's comments. They're all simps drooling over her and making fun of her boyfriend for being 50 plus, or they're old men themselves telling her she's a good girl for dating an older man. Do you think she will be broken?
Yeah, that's pretty fucking weird and creepy. Yeah, I'm sure she'll be permanently scarred from that situation she's in. Thanks for the donation, 21st.
Platformed off TikTok. I have to make a new account every week because I've been trying to expose this doctor for what he did to my face, as he doesn't plan on compensating me, and neither does the court system. He has paid off pretty much every online platform to scrub anything negative that has ever been said about him, so that's my last resort. I literally have to...
Like, Frank cannot even think rationally. It's just his TikTok channel that got banned, and he doesn't even know if Taban had anything to do with it. And if he was, again, part of some Jewish cabal that's trying to destroy him, why isn't he banned off YouTube?
Pay people to go out on the street and hand out flyers and hope it's enough that it has an effect and I get compensated for it.
Yeah. You know, it's so funny where we ended up. You know, Frank was talking all this shit. Vegans age terribly. Oh, you're going to become diabetic and get cancer and be weak and skinny, and you're going to go insane if you eat a vegan diet because it, like, affects your brain and it turns you gay. And this guy has become increasingly more insane. Like, he actually has symptoms of psychosis or schizophrenia. He's addicted to pain meds. He's aged terribly, in large part due to, like, the fucking surgery just fucking up his face. Turns out he's fucking gay. He literally sucks dick. And he, like, you know, the whole Chatterbait thing. He's getting sued for $2 million by Paul Saladino, and he may have to, like, end up declaring bankruptcy. It's so funny how, like, and I mean, look at Liver King too. Like, Liver King, you know, like, oh, this is the most ideal ancestral diet. Oh, he takes steroids. He went fucking literally insane from taking ayahuasca. Aged fucking horribly, terrible fucking health. Guy's probably gonna, like, either kill himself or die soon. You know, everything works out in the end. All the idiots kind of just ruin themselves.
A natty vegan yoga only trainer.
I think nowadays...
Do you suck toes?
There was a time I had no family and stuff.
How shrinked are your balls? Michelle?
Does get a lot bigger or like harder.
Okay. A breakup that lasted...
Baby, turn me on.
I never said being gay is bad now. I just said Frank claimed veganism makes you gay, and he's fucking gay.
That's the anomaly. We're back with another Q&A, and this time...
It's gonna...
I haven't talked to Frank in a very long time. The last time we had any interaction at all was when the Chatterbait stuff leaked. And since then, he's been way too afraid to ever talk to me or mention me.
Gonna be a little freaky and funny. First question. Do you suck toes?
No. No, I don't.
No, guys. No.
Stop the cap.
Oh, this one I was curious about. Your funniest / worst and what the fuck moments as a couple? For me, it was definitely when we moved in together. He genuinely drinks any beverage, water, energy drink, anything. He'll leave this much in it and he will not drink it. He'll take another bottle. What's yours?
Maybe when I punched the window.
Yeah, punching the window and then calling me, saying, Michelle, please take me into your house.
Yeah.
I'm not doing good. And I was like...
There was a time I had no family and stuff, and I ended up punching a window, and I got this ball here. I had nowhere to stay, so I called her. Like, we were fresh into just dating, like 2 months in or something.
Yes.
And I was like, listen, I know we just met, but can you let me move in with you?
And there's COVID, no
That's weird.
Sadly not the question nut jobs though they don't use Sully ruin themselves though.
Sometimes they do. Like, I mean, who is that fucking guy who's making the white nationalist village? Who's one of those crazy Christian fascists, and it turns out he had a cuckold relationship with his wife and shit. So sometimes they do. Thanks for the donation though, Dodo.
One has work, everyone's broke. He's just like, take me in. And I'm like, Dad, can he live with us?
Fucking crazy.
Do steroids grow your downstairs area?
It does, because you get more turned on, and that causes more blood flow to be sent down there. You know, you get a bigger pump. But at the same time, there are people who get the opposite of that, depending on their hormones and how they react to gear in general. Not everyone's gonna react the same. In my case, I do believe it does get a lot bigger.
In your case.
If you're taking other, like, if you're not using a testosterone base, you can very easily get erectile dysfunction. But if you're using at least a testosterone base, you're probably going to notice much stronger erections. Is ashwagandha safe? As far as I know.
Or like harder, you know.
Okay,
But
okay, too much
I'm
information.
just being honest too.
Okay, but that's... Be honest. Did she ever dominate you? He actually likes it. He actually likes it.
Okay, I don't want this. They don't like this Q&A.
How bad are your trend sweats?
10 or no 10, I always get fucking sweats.
Oh.
I'm not saying I took 10. I'm just saying, you know, I just get constant sweats all the time. My balls drip.
Is your relationship influenced through steroid usage? Honest question. Love you guys. Thank you. Yes, because he gets very irritable, very snappy. It's like he's constantly on a period, but it's a very aggressive period.
You're gonna make it sound like I beat you.
No, he never did that. But his character does change. It does get a bit difficult to deal with, but I think as time goes on, it's...
Getting better.
We'll see in the bulk, I guess.
The more you take gear, the more experience you get with the stuff. You kind of understand what causes you to be irritated, and once you find those causes, it's very easy to manage, you know. And it's also like, my life was very toxic before, so that toxicity and that sorrow that I felt, it kind of transferred onto now, and I'm just trying to remove all of that, so any connections that I had that were negative in the past.
My advice for anybody is to just never take Tren. Literally everyone I've ever known who's taken Tren just gets weird from it.
We're trying to get rid of, and just anything right now that's bothering me, or something that just pisses me off, or just me.
Yeah, I've seen the YouTube channel The Enforcer. What if the wrestler who got pummeled wasn't vegan? Well, that's irrelevant. I've explained that kind of ethical conundrum with the 9/11 attack.
Makes me question life in general. Fuck off, you know, like everything is fucked off. And I'm just very much focusing on my mental health, and I'm trying to not overwork myself. I'm trying to get better sleep. Even though gear does accelerate what I already feel, we cannot neglect the fact that I also overwork myself, and sometimes I barely sleep, and I still overwork myself. Like, these are things that a man has to go through, and that's why I will never preach taking gear, because you make things more difficult on yourself when you take gear, because you feel things more. And
but it's also like the environment
yeah,
matters a lot.
like the environment, and recently everything's been getting better.
So that's why, yeah, like with time, everything is
just
getting
time.
better. What is one thing you would have done differently throughout your fitness journey?
I would maybe get a coach from the very beginning, but at the same time, in the beginning I didn't have money to afford a coach, and no one's gonna coach you for free. So nothing, like there's nothing that I could change, but maybe if I was born with money, I would get a coach.
Dude, edging or gooning?
Neither, because you know what's better than a pump in your dick? A pump in your biceps, back, chest, like anywhere where you need to get big. You need to use
Some personal hobbies that you would never do with each other.
playing games. It's my only hobby.
I tried it.
You didn't play with me.
I
Every
will.
time I ask you to try zombies, you tell me no.
Because I would rather watch a movie or I would rather watch anime than play games.
But we can kill zombies together. You don't want to try that.
That sounds pathetic. Well, anyways, for him it's gaming, and for me it would have to be anything that would possibly injure him, which means, like, for example, I love snowboarding, I love ice skating, any like water activities, like those obstacle courses on water, I love. But we cannot do them with each other, unfortunately. Maybe we'll do them when you're like 40 and he's not going to be on stage anymore.
I'm going to retire sooner than that.
But yeah, anything that injures him, it is a bit out of the question.
Yeah,
which before I used to get pissed about, but now I chose him, so like I have to accept it,
Yes.
and I'm okay with that.
And it's also like the reason I can't is because my job and like the reason we're able to live where we are and just the life that I can provide right now. It all
Yeah, I mean, Call of Duty Zombies, it's not great. Just play like a better game. Maybe she'd want to play games.
lies on my career. And my career is only gonna get better if I don't get injured. And one injury can ruin a lot of progress physically, financially, everything that goes into fitness. Like, you need to look good and health over a lot of things. And
Oh, and to be married and
What does he talk about?
She's
Saying
all
forehead.
when you're
I love
like more when you're leaner or when you're blasting.
I love
The tattoo you have on your hand.
called Can You Just Touch My Neck?
What's a break been through? Literally
Like how me, like
be around
the
do extremely.
look, it's going
I love
back.
this man, okay, but his
There we
hair
go, finally.
opinions on Hussein and him being a natty vegan yoga only trainer.
I think nowadays everyone's natty. Like,
I mean, everyone claims to be.
yes.
Okay.
But that's why I'm vegan, you know, I have to stand out in a way.
Mm.
Because I could have done the same thing and claimed natural
Mhm.
and blew up claiming natural, but I chose to fuck around and claim,
And claim
vegan.
vegan.
I don't know, you know, like you never know nowadays. You never know if someone's natty or not.
Mm.
And it's kind of impossible to tell, but if you're actually someone like blasting tons of gear and you're still claiming natural even though it's super obvious, I don't really like that, you know, but I don't judge, I don't really care.
Yeah,
like
yeah.
No one gives a fuck. As long as you look good, you look good. As long as you make money, you make money.
Yeah.
That's how I see it.
What's the freakiest place you have done it? Love.
Retard donated $2. Let me see.
What's going on today, my niggas? It's your boy Invader back with another video, and we're gonna run through some clips from the Black Ops 7 Direct, and we're gonna clown on some of the developers. Cause guys, I've been feeling this way for the past some of
and Black Ops 7 gives us the opportunity to take valuable player feedback and infuse it directly into our development to make this the best Black Ops experience.
my nigga, the jokes to price like shit.
Base.
My
it's where it unfolds. It's where the guild is based. And while we won't spoil why that matters just yet, their presence here is no accident.
My nigga, what the fuck is the guild? I don't care about the guild. I don't care about the story. And my nigga, what the fuck is videos are
This, you know, as a rule of thumb, just don't send me videos from somebody with like 7K subs. His video's garbage. Like, there's a reason why he only has 7K subs. He makes garbage content. I literally cannot watch this. Thanks for the donation, though, retard.
Love you, bro. You're my cute potato. Everyone sees you as cute, babes.
We should do it here.
Car. What's your dream car?
I want.
You've probably. Well, he doesn't think Hussein's natty. I don't think he is either.
Rampage Jackson is speaking out after a wild scene went down involving his son Raja, who beat up a wrestler named Stuart Smith, also known as Psycho Stu, during a live kick event. The whole thing looked brutal, and had people wondering if it was real or staged. Turns out, it was supposed to be part of the show, but it went left fast. Rampage posted on X to clear everything up. He said Raja had been unexpectedly hit in the side of the head before the match even started, and was told he could get his payback in the ring. Rampage thought it was just wrestling entertainment, not a real fight. But Raja is a trained MMA fighter, not a pro wrestler, and he ended up going way too far. Smith ended up getting knocked out and had to be taken to the hospital. Rampage made it very clear he does not condone what happened. He said Raja shouldn't have even been involved in the first place, especially since he had just suffered a concussion days before from sparring. That part is wild. His son shouldn't have been anywhere near a ring if his head wasn't 100%. You could tell Rampage was genuinely upset. On stream, he reacted in real time.
Dude, the AI videos are just awful. Just awful.
Raja Jackson, Rampage's son. Now, let me just start out with a disclosure to you all that I know this young man, and I like him a lot. I don't just know him to be level-headed and calm. I know him to be quite polite. Now, I want to preface that because I don't think that will interfere with my ability to tell you what happened here, but this is a wildly complicated situation. So let's start with what you saw. You saw Raja get in the ring as part of a wrestling angle that was scripted and planned. You see Raja come in with his wits about him, waits for the right moment, picks up a double leg, just as it was planned. And he's doing this with Psycho Stu, and Psycho Stu is letting it play perfectly. Raja then turns him around so that when he brings him down, it's right in the center of the ring, which appears to be very clearly what they agreed and had planned to do. Now, the landing is not great. When Raja brings Psycho Stu down, it's not great. And Stu lands in a way and he hits the back of his head. And he looks as though he perhaps lost a level of consciousness right then. All right. Either way, this is what happened. And either way, Raja Jackson, from my vantage point, is working out the spot the way it was planned. Raja then follows up with a right hand. Then he switches and follows up with a left hand. Now,
the guy was knocked out cold when he hit the mat. And again, it looked like the way he slammed the guy down, he was trying to get his head to slam. So right from the get-go, when he slammed him down, he was trying to hurt him.
These were hard shots. However, and again, I'm giving you my perception, but I watched this thing 20 times before I made this video to you guys. While they were very stiff shots, not what we would call a working shot, it did not appear that Raja had lost his temper. It did not appear that these were being done out of anger.
Dude, are you kidding me? Like, he was wailing on the guy when he was unconscious.
Much as...
Like, he even fought the other fucking wrestlers. They had to fight him off, the guy, and then he started fighting the other fucking wrestlers, trying to calm them the fuck down.
All right, I'm going to pick you up. I'm going to spin you in a 180. I'm going to bring you down in the middle of the cage. Then just like a cage
What the
fight,
fuck is he talking about?
I'm going to land a punch to either side. Whatever's supposed to happen after that. There was a couple of guys there, a referee, another wrestler, perhaps the boys step in. We'll never know. Because at this point, it appears that Raja marked out for his own gimmick and really begins laying some shots in, but those shots are done out of anger. And if you want to understand what happened here, you're going to have no ability.
No, Chael Sonnen is not the GOAT.
To get into the eye or mind of the DA or a potential juror. You're going to have no ability to do that if you don't understand emotion versus action, right? The action is supposed to look like he's punching him. The action is supposed to look like he turns him in a 180 and slams him down on the back of his head.
Like, by the way, if he's going with this narrative that Raja didn't lose his temper, so he's just saying this was a cold, calculated decision to absolutely try to, like, fucking kill this guy.
Then, where you cross that already blurred line, right, which professional wrestling is already the blurred line, where you cross that is where Jackson actually gets angry. The rest of it, from a physicality and an appearance standpoint, is what you're supposed to do. And sometimes some shots get through. One of the most famous ones that you guys would have seen was Braun Strowman. Brock Lesnar trusted Braun. Braun did a move that was too hard. Brock responded with a real-life punch. That settled Strowman back down. But these are very normal things that happen in the business. We then, as an audience, get armed with what led us to this point. And there's another video that has surfaced where Psycho Stu is in the back. They're like literally outside. It's a nice day. The wrestlers are out there.
My clitoris is bulging. Donate $2. Start at 340. Watch Witsit. $340. This is probably just gonna be brain rot garbage.
So he says this, he blames the declining American support on a concerted effort to vilify and demonize Israel. What do you make of this?
Yeah, I think it's just projection, actually. I think that most of the support for Israel online is not organic at all. You have largely, of course, the concern.
Right, because all the, like, Chinese propaganda on TikTok with the fucking genocide bullshit, that's organic, right? Code Pink getting paid by the Chinese Communist Party, that's organic. All the support for the pro-Palestine movement being pushed out by the Chinese Communist Party, that's just natural organic growth. Fucking idiot.
Conservatives that are just sold out to them, and that's largely their funding is tied to Israel. And then there's tons of bots for them. So I think it's just projection. All the opposition is organic, and obviously so.
Okay, well, this is the same guy who fucking, you know, flat earther, dumbass. Thanks for the donation. My clitoris is bulging.
They're carrying on and whatnot, working out their spots. Raja Jackson is back there. It appears as though this is where Psycho Stu meets him, and Psycho Stu takes a full can of beer and busts it open on the side of Raja's head. The other wrestlers, they don't jump in and pull him apart and break him apart. One of the other wrestlers is informing Stu, hey, this kid, Raja, he's not a worker. Meaning he is not a professional wrestler. He is not part of the show. He is not one of us. He's a dude that's back here and you just broke a bottle over his head. So Psycho Stu then, in yet another video, but all preceding the event in the ring, explains to Raja, hey, we're always working. You know, this is always a work, whether we're trying to fool the audience or we're just trying to fool the boys in the back. You know, you and I have got an angle now. So the rest of the guys tell Raja, who was a little bit confused by this and really didn't like that he had a can busted over his head. It didn't hurt him, but it embarrassed him. And he is a legitimate fighter. Like, he's going to have an ego like anybody and not going to want that to happen. But he didn't really blow up or react. The guys told him, hey, look, get even with him in the ring. Now, that is wildly open to interpretation what that means. But it made a level.
No. No. That does not. Oh my god. Yeah. Beat a guy endlessly until you literally kill him while you've already smashed him on the ground unconscious and only get stopped when like 3 other people fucking restrain you. Right. That's what that means.
Level of sense to Raja.
Dude, this is so stupid.
Who agrees. I'm not going to do anything to him. And as a matter of fact, this whole can busting thing and the rage that I would have felt from that or the embarrassment or the anger is actually long past. But get even in the ring. Now, when that is being said to him, I can just tell you, because that is a very common thing that would be said in that type of environment. It just means go make it look good. If he embarrassed you here, go embarrass him there. If he walked up and punked you in front of the boys, go out there, punk him in front of the crowd. Get even with him. They didn't mean go out there and hurt him or go out there and have a fight with him. These two are cooperating. But one is a worker who fully understands that in Stu. The other is not a professional wrestler that's at an event and knows what he was told by people that he trusts, which is go get even with him, just wait to do it in the ring. Now, a number of people that will come into pro wrestling that don't know pro wrestling, the wrestler will actually tell them, just hit me. Big Show did this with Floyd Mayweather. builds this thing up, but it's going to be at WrestleMania, and Floyd had no wrestling practice, and Big Show should just let it go. Floyd, hey, I don't really know how to control these shots. Do I do it with an open hand? Do I get close and I stop? Do I stomp my foot down? Like, what do I do? And Big Show's like, you don't do any of those things. You just hit me. I can take the shot. And the only way we're going to sell this and make this look real for the audience is if it is real. And a number of wrestlers have told a number of non-wrestlers.
Okay, dude, like, this is the most, like, insane fucking cope ever. That is not what happened.
This very thing. So, okay, but now that you've got all of these pieces, all right? If Raja attempts to take a defense in a court from a legal proceeding, the police have not arrested him. But we already know what happened, and we've got it on video. And it's gross. And it is an assault, and it is outside of what was agreed upon in pro wrestling. And so many people have made this mistake in sport before, thinking, well, it's up to the referee. You know, whatever the referee says, but this was all part of sport. Like there is a piece of human psychology that works like that, but you have a police department that is in possession of this information and has not done an arrest. Why? Well, if Stu comes out and says this was all part of the spot, if he just says those words, no matter how much you're reworking reality and history, if he says those words, the police then look like fools. If Stu doesn't say those words,
I'm pretty sure they just haven't. They either haven't reported him to the police yet, or they have, and the police are just investigating it. So they don't have to arrest him right away. There may be a police report made. The police are looking into it, collecting evidence, and then they'll just make a decision to make the arrest. So that's the only two scenarios. It's either they just didn't bother reporting it because some people just don't report crimes like that, or they have, and the police just haven't made an arrest because they're collecting evidence.
and say, hey, this was not scripted. As a matter of fact, he's even given a confession. He's saying that he's doing this for retribution for something else that I did. You have a legal right to defend.
I climbed a tree. It had a tall trunk with no low branches. I shimmied up the tree to get my kite down. I'm an ape. I officially am an ape. L. Burgess Richard Churgis.
Well, any animal that is part of the superfamily Hominoidea is by definition an ape, and human beings are under the superfamily Hominoidea, so you are therefore an ape, regardless of whether or not you climb a tree. Thanks for the donation, though, Non-Wib.
Yourself, that's true. But there's a sustainable difference between defense and vengeance. And one of them is instantaneous, and one of them is premeditated. So the police are in possession of a video which is highly against the law, unless Stu comes out as a performer and says this was agreed upon. And you have no idea how far Stu would take that. Stu is clearly unconscious. In real life, he's unconscious. But is he going to come out and say that? Or is he going to stick to kayfabe and stick to the character and say, no, the whole script was I let him spin me in one day, I come down, I act like I'm unconscious. All we did is follow the script.
The police don't need him to cooperate as a witness. So, there's a video clip of Rampage Jackson's son literally saying, like, having a talk on the phone, saying, like, he fucked up. The guy was saying you're not supposed to do that. Like, it was clearly an assault. And on top of that, every other fucking wrestler in the room, or on the stage, they had to fight him off. And, you know, they're all gonna try to protect their friend or their, you know, business partner. So they don't need the victim to be a cooperating witness. That's a complete and utter falsehood.
And Stu hasn't spoke yet.
Yeah, gee, I wonder why he hasn't spoken yet. I wonder if it's the fucking brain damage.
Stu was to come out it would effectively end his time in professional wrestling.
Nighty night, non-wib. Sweet dreams.
Back in the territory days, there was a number of bookers that would tell the boys, you know, everybody's got a camera now. You got it right on your phone. But it didn't used to be that way back then. And these guys would go out to the taverns, and the promoter and booker would tell them openly, you can go out and you can go to the local bars. If any of you get beat up in a fight at a local bar, you're fired. Like if any of you break the character that you're not real badasses, even to a bar full of 30 or less people, that's 30 or less people that I don't need to know that you're not actual badasses. Go ahead and go out, lose a fight, you're fired. So I'm sharing with you Stu, who is dedicated and has spent some time, and he's out there on this indie scene. Is he willing to take a match and light a fire to his career in exchange for his retribution to Raja? It's not as though you can sue Raja and end up with millions of dollars. You could go sue him and get a judgment. The guy doesn't have the money. You're not going to get the money. And I'm just sharing with you, like, this is an actually fascinating situation, and I don't like that Raja did it. However, if Raja is saying he did it in retribution to the Beer King because that's how the boys told him to settle it, and Stu goes along with it, I mean, you will truly have a kayfabe.
He didn't go along with anything. He got fucking smashed, knocked out, and then he got fucking hit over and over again when he was unconscious. What is there to go along with? What's some sleep medicine stronger than melatonin? I really don't know, dude. I know some people like magnesium. I think it's magnesium glycinate before bed. I know some people take Benadryl, but you really want to be careful with Benadryl. And I know, sometimes CBD edibles help for me. There's a bunch of stuff you can do.
Moment where these guys could build. These are indie scene guys. This isn't getting picked up by Triple H. But on the indie scene, you now have the makings of a good angle. And an angle in exchange for your reputation, even if it's make-believe, is a trade that most guys would take. Now, I'm getting in front of this and I'm making these predictions without having news if Psycho Stu is injured. If his jaw's broken and some teeth are loose, all of a sudden...
I can guarantee you the guy's injured. If you get slammed on the back of your head and then have somebody wail on you while you're unconscious, you're fucking injured.
You're having a very different conversation. But you have the police that are in possession of irrefutable evidence known as a video that an assault happened, and the police have not taken any action.
You don't know if the police have taken any action. They just haven't made an arrest yet. They're probably collecting evidence, like witness statements and shit. What a fucking idiot. Chael Sonnen's a fucking moron. That was some of the stupidest shit I've ever heard.
Greetings and welcome back, or welcome for the first time. My name is Patty. Today, we're back in the freaking room with all the nice things that people have sent. Thank you to everyone who has sent something. Today, we are opening again. As always, there is no pressure to do such, but I really appreciate it, and I like to share it on video when people do that because, you know, I don't know, sometimes people send nice stuff, and I would like to be like, hey, thank you! And sometimes small businesses. If you're a small business and you would like me to open with a company that I have worked with since, hey, I'm so excited. Or you can get the nitric version with a letter. Look at this. And I really like how real you are to your audience. I've been kind of. Some Papero. What a flip. Gift for you. Foods from Bree. Oh. Treat. Tea. Next, a letter. Very cute. Date seed beds.
She's really annoying and obnoxious. Really, really obnoxious.
We heard Brian Johnson say this.
I am the healthiest person on planet Earth. Yeah, I have the best comprehensive biomarkers of anybody. Not just not 47-year-olds.
Bro, you earned it.
Anybody in the world.
I have the best biomarkers of anybody on the planet. So if there were an Olympic sport for health, I would be the gold medalist.
Every time he says it, I'm like, yeah, that's not true. There are hundreds of people out there who have better biomarkers than Brian Johnson. I analyzed Brian's most recent test results and compared them to my own. 44 of them I have better results, 9 of them Brian has better results, and 12 of them were equal. I think that's a very one-sided victory. In this video, I'm going to walk you through all of the biomarkers and talk about them. Because number 1, you will learn a lot about analyzing your own biomarkers. Number 2, you'll know what's optimal for over 65 biomarkers. Number 3, you'll generally know how to improve those biomarkers. And number 4 is just good content. As a disclaimer, I'm not saying that I'm the healthiest person in the world, but I have factually better biomarkers than Brian Johnson. Here's a quick summary of the differences between our biomarkers. Brian has good metabolic health, but I have slightly better. Brian has suboptimal kidney function. Mine is excellent. We have semi-equal liver values and the same liver fat percentage, but I have significantly lower visceral fat. We also have semi-equal lipids, but mine are natural without medication. Brian's fitness, like strength and VO2 max, are good for his age, but not elite by any means. Mine is significantly better and in the elite category. We both have normal hormone levels, but I have slightly better. Brian's pheno age, which is biological age based on blood markers, is 8.81 years lower than his chronological age, but mine is 18.5 years lower. That's a 10+ year gap. Now I know what you're thinking, Seem is 31, Brian is 47, of course he has better biomarkers. Well, that's exactly the point. Brian says he has the best biomarkers of anyone in the world, no matter their age.
Not 47-year-olds.
Bro, you earned it.
Anybody in the world.
I think it's obvious that the healthiest person in the world will always be someone who's like 16, 18, or 20 years old, with all things being equal. Of course, some 47-year-olds are healthier than some 18-year-olds, but there are tens of thousands of 18-year-olds that have better biomarkers than Brian Johnson. Now that this is out of the way, let's get started. So this all started a few weeks ago, a few months ago even, when Brian Johnson says, I have the best biomarkers in the world, I'm the healthiest person in the world, and if anyone has better biomarkers, then they should post it. So here I am, and let's get started with...
This is a marketing thing. I don't know if he actually believes that, but, like, dude, it's a marketing thing. He just says that. I don't think he actually believes it.
With the fitness markers, so things related to physical fitness. VO2 max, so Brian Johnson's VO2 max is 54.2, which is good for his age. It's not elite even for 18-year-olds, or VO2 max peaks when you're 18 years old. That's naturally when your VO2 max should be the highest, and that's not really an elite level for 18-year-olds. Now it's good for 47-year-olds, but it's not elite for 47-year-olds either. I know actually some people in their early 40s who don't do any cardio and their VO2 max is 51 or 52 or something like that. So 54 isn't that big of a flex. 54 VO2 max, it's good. It's what you would want to get. At least over 50 is a good optimal range for VO2 max, but it's definitely not in the elite category. And there's a few reasons why Brian's VO2 max is a little bit lower. I'll talk about it later. But the short story or long story short, it's because of lower iron status and some of this pseudo anemia that he might have. I'll share about that a bit later. So hemoglobin and blood oxygenation status, that plays a huge role in VO2 max, which essentially describes maximal oxygen consumption. So yeah, my VO2 max is 66. Now the test was done 1.5 years ago when I got the result of 66, but right now it's probably still around like low 60s. My last test was low 60s. So it's still significantly higher than Brian Johnson, and 60, a VO2 max of 60 can be considered elite category for 18-year-olds. Grip strength, so this is just a dynamometer where you squeeze it, and grip strength is a good general biomarker for overall health and overall muscle mass and muscle strength, especially for upper body strength. Now the thing is that it's not going to be, okay, I'm just going to train my grip and I'm going to live longer. It's more about, just having good grip means that you're generally healthier and you have a better diet and you just have slightly more muscle mass. His result, 132 pounds in his graph that he shared, I'm not sure if it reflects the sum total of both arms. Usually you do this test where you measure both arms and then you sum it up and then you get a result. I don't know if it was one arm or both arms. If this was both arms together, 132 pounds, then it would be pretty low. But I think it's just one arm. He's a best arm, maybe right arm or left arm, I'm sure. So yeah, we'll just presume it's just one arm. My grip strength from the dynamometer highest is 150 pounds. That's around 68 kilograms. And my combined arms is 298 pounds or 67, 68 kilograms for both arms. Bench press, Brian's bench press 240 pounds, which is around 110 kilograms. It's not, let's say, elite category again. Someone who is 18-year-old, if they bench 240 pounds, then that's impressive for an 18-year-old. But the problem here is that muscle strength doesn't peak when you're 18 years old. Someone who's in the 30s and 40s will always be muscularly stronger than an 18-year-old. That because of muscle maturity and just the age. In men, muscle mass peaks mid-30s, early 40s. So comparing your bench press to an 18-year-old is not impressive because 18-year-olds don't have high bench or high squat or something like that. But let's say for a 47-year-old, a bench of 240, 110 kilos, it's well above average. It's much higher than an average person, but it's not some powerlifting level strength. Of course, that's not his goal. But
it's slightly above average when you're comparing lifters. So average lifter who's male can do 225. So just 15 pounds over average. It's not tremendous.
But yeah, still, my best result 300.
My best bench is fucking 410, motherfucker. And there's a good goddamn chance with the steroids it's only going to go up. Bussy Nomics donated $2. Let me see. Fuck is this? Pav, middle age, doing anything just to say they work out. All women. There's not even one dude in the class. Not even one dude. I wonder why they're all out of shape and overweight. Literally not one single chick. And that entire thing. Some are like close, but like all of them are a little pudgy. At least. Dude, what the fuck? Like, women will do anything to, like, not actually train.
Donkey.
Dude, that is awful.
Women don't just get to the point when they talk. Women's brains have more connections between the left and right hemispheres.
Yeah, that's... I've heard this explanation before, and it's true. You'll notice when women are talking, they won't just keep things simple and straightforward. They'll, like, add a bunch of, like, irrelevant, stupid details that you don't need to know. I've heard this explanation that, oh, there's more connections around the parts of their brain, so they end up, like, just saying a bunch of nonsense. There's no way to actually know if that's true. I've noticed this with people who are deliberately manipulative. They'll add in a bunch of irrelevant details, and they generally do it either as a diversion tactic, so that you kind of forget the main point of, like, why you're talking, or they'll do it to emotionally manipulate you. That, Green Beret guy, what was his name? Guerrero, who was lying about, some of the stuff that American and Israeli security forces were doing around those aid sites. He did the same fucking thing. He would, like, add in these, like, weird, irrelevant details that were mostly about, like, emotions and feelings so that he could, like, just sell this fucking story. I don't know if women do this fucking nonsense because their brains are fundamentally different or if they're just doing it so that they can manipulate you.
That means they process language and emotions together. While men are more active on the left side, logical, direct, and task-focused. So while men talk to solve problems, women talk to connect, to relate, and to be heard.
Yeah, that's why women should, shut up. Just make me a sandwich.
It's not wrong, just a different communication style. Why?
No, it's wrong. It's wrong. It's hilarious how there's this narrative that women are better at communicating. They literally aren't. Rather than actually, like, giving you relevant details, being clear and concise, they will ramble about irrelevant fucking nonsense and talk about, like, their feelings or something, or somebody else's feelings, and, like, they'll get sidetracked. Like, no. It's worse. It is the wrong way to talk and communicate, and women are worse at communication.
100 pounds, so that's 135 kilograms. And
well, thanks for the donation, Bussy Nomics.
that's considered not elite either, so it's not something that would be super impressive. It's significantly well above average. It's, I guess you could call it in the more advanced tier, lower level of advanced tier, but it's not elite category for, let's say, advanced strength trainees. Leg press, so this test, now this refers to this kind of a quarter depth leg press. That is it's a medical test where you do the leg press, but you don't go all the way to the depth. You just do like some of, even before the knees are parallel. So it's kind of a quarter leg press. And Brian's result for that is 850 pounds, which is something like 380 kilograms or something. Now, these numbers are big, 850 pounds. For the average person, it sounds a lot, but if you've ever gone to the gym, then, you can bench press or you can leg press 200 kilograms even in your first week at the gym. So a leg press of 850 isn't super significant. And the leg press isn't the best, I guess it's, useful test for just measuring leg press or leg strength in isolation. But yeah, most gym goers actually don't consider the leg press to be some gold standard as strength metric. But yeah.
I obviously support Israel. I'm not a fucking retard. Are you like new here? Pretty sure the entirety of the internet knows at this point that I'm pro-Israel.
That's what he used, 850 pounds. If I were to guesstimate, then 850 pound leg press, quarter leg press would be the equivalent of maybe 115 kilogram squat. So that's, again, above average, especially for a 47-year-old. It's not useful to compare it to an 18-year-old, but for an average 30-year-old male who's, let's say, decently fit, they can squat 120 kilos maybe. So this is kind of an average result for a general fitness enthusiast in their 30s. My leg press result for this would be over 1,000 pounds. And, I've done parallel squats, but with a barbell, 160 kilograms. So my leg strength is significantly higher. My squat is actually one of my best lifts. My all-time best squat, it wasn't below parallel, but it was, let's say, almost the parallel was 180 kilograms. I did that a few years ago, but right now I can do 160 kilograms with a parallel squat. Lung strength, so this is measuring with this device that you just exhale as hard as possible. It just measures your lung strength. And by the way, if you want to see the receipts, the actual test results, then you can just head over to my Twitter. I'll put the link in the description. I have all the test results as well down there. So yeah, you don't have to take my word for any of this. Body composition markers, so these are just muscle mass and fat mass. So visceral fat. Brian's visceral fat mass, which is the fat around the organs, is around 0.56 liters, whereas mine is 0.25 liters. And the interesting thing about that is this was after I was bulking, so I was actually 2 kilograms heavier than I am right now and what I'm normally. So plausibly my visceral fat right now, as I've lost some of that extra weight after the mini bulk, could be even lower. So my visceral fat on a DEXA scan was 54 grams, and on the MRI, it could be something like, let's say, 100 grams, 150 grams, 100, let's say 100 milliliters. So that's twice, 2 to 3 times lower than Brian Johnson's, which is quite interesting. So a visceral fat of 0.56 liters isn't like a bad result. It's what you would consider.
That's sad, bro. Can't believe you support the mass starvation and killing of innocent women and children, but you're a loser, vegan, yeah, you're a fucking gay retard. There's no mass starvation. That's why everybody in those photos are fucking fat, so eat shit.
Within the normal range. And if it were to be higher than that, then it could be considered more concerning. So visceral fat of over 600 liters would be something, yeah, you need to lose it. 0.56 liters is acceptable still, but optimally you would want to have it closer to 300 milliliters rather than 560 milliliters. Liver fat also MRI, both of ours is 1.5%, so that's low, and that's a good result. Muscle mass, so I haven't done an MRI for muscle mass, or the MRI that I didn't measure muscle mass specifically. But yeah, Brian Johnson's muscle mass based on MRI is 18.1 liters. But I'm around 5 to 6, even up to 8 kilograms heavier than Brian Johnson, and I have similar body fat percentage. So I could say that, yeah, I probably have more muscle mass than Brian Johnson as well, based on just the visible output and based on the visceral fat and the other body composition markers. So I can say that, yeah, I have better muscle mass as well. Now, of course, I am younger, so muscle mass in males peaks around mid-30s, so I'm not at the peak yet. I'm 31 right now, so I'm not even at the peak of what naturally is considered the peak of muscle mass in males.
The only reason muscle mass seems to peak around that age is just because people end up becoming less active later in life. I think chances are, if you keep training, most men would likely peak into their 50s. There's not really any reason why you can't build more muscle mass into that age. So I think it would probably peak later if you actually just kept training and assuming you can also avoid injury. But Yeah, some of the best top pro bodybuilders, they end up peaking in terms of size into their 40s, like mid, even late 40s. So, yeah, you can still like gain and, you know, build muscle like pretty late in life.
Look at how badly this woman cop overreacts here. A man would never do this shit, just getting off on the power like the Karen she is.
Let me take a look. College kid mistakes cop car for Uber. She didn't mistake a cop car for Uber. She just sat in the cop car like a dickhead.
Why are you in my car? I'm just wondering if you can take me to the bar. I'm of age. I'm of age. I'm of age. Are you kidding me? I'm sorry. Oh my god. Get out of it. No! Close the door! Both of you get over here now! Both of you get over here right now. Give me your IDs. What in your mind would make you think that you should get into the back of a cop car? I'm sorry. Give me your ID now. I'm sorry. Sorry, sure am. Put your hand.
No, they're fucking idiots, and they're just trying to cause a problem. So, no, I wouldn't say that's an overreaction. They're just fucking annoying, obnoxious twat kids. Thanks for the donation, Unicorn Jizz. Vegan Runner donated $2. I have probably masturbated to every female's PFP in your chat at least 3 times by now. Thank you for streaming. Alright, no problem, dude. Thanks for the donation, Vegan Runner. Balding, vegan, ogre, wife, gets divorced. So I don't have an ogre wife then, so that's an upgrade. Okay.
But still. So yeah, just this comparing it again to 18-year-olds is kind of not accurate because muscle mass doesn't peak in 18-year-olds. A 30-year-old male has more muscle than an 18-year-old athlete almost, unless that's a strength athlete. So yeah, that's it. Next we have bone density. So this is kind of interesting. Both of our bone density is quite high, and there's 2 ways to go about it. So one, you can just look at the total bone density, I guess bone mass, and here I have slightly higher bone mass. So I have 1.541 grams per square centimeters, whereas Brian is 1.4770 grams per square centimeters. So I have total amount of more bone mass. But if you were to look at it relative to age, which is used with his T and Z score, then he has a bit higher, 2.9 versus mine 1.3. So that's standard deviations above normal. So Brian's bone density is 2.9 standard deviations higher than what is normal for his age. So what is normal for a 47-year-old. So that's a very high bone density for his age. And mine is a 1.3 standard deviations higher than what's normal for a 30-year-old or 31-year-old. Or I was 30 when I did that test.
It's easier as you age, though, because if you're younger, you're going to be more active and shit. And then when you're older, people just don't do fuck all.
The bone density test. So it just means, yeah, that both of our bone densities, several standard deviations higher than normal, but I have, relatively speaking, or not relatively, but objectively speaking, high.
Like, by the way, Brian Johnson has been on growth hormone before. I don't know if that would actually have an effect on the bone density thing, and he has been on and off TRT.
Higher bone density. He has, relatively speaking, a higher bone density for his age, if we were to look at just the age difference. Now, if your bone density is lower, let's say your bone density is below 0 standard deviations, what's normal, so that's considered the osteopenia and osteoporosis. The lower it goes, the higher the risk of fractures, and the lower the bone density is. So if your bone density is less than 0, then that's a concern. You would want to address that with, in most cases, it has to just involve dietary intervention and resistance training exercise. So the reason both of us have high bone density is because of increased resistance training. All right, moving on with inflammation and immune markers, starting with homocysteine. Brian's is 7 micromoles per liter, so that's a good result, but it could be slightly lower. It's something that you would want to be concerned about. And optimal homocysteine is pretty much 5 micromoles per liter, and it's very rare that it will be 5. But if it's above 10, then that can be considered something to be more deliberate about. Usually, it's going to involve taking B vitamin complex supplementation. People who have poor methylation will have higher homocysteine, so higher homocysteine can predict heart disease, or can be a causal factor for heart disease. It damages the blood vessels, etc. So you don't want to have high homocysteine. You don't want to have homocysteine above 10, and especially above 15 micromoles per liter. Both of our results are kind of optimal. Mine is slightly lower. And I did actually some specific things to lower my homocysteine from even 9 to 5.9. And it involved trimethylglycine supplementation, 2 grams a day, and also hyperbaric oxygen therapy, which Brian does as well quite a lot. I think he has made many posts about that he takes hyperbaric oxygen therapy pretty regularly. So those things can actually lower homocysteine levels. HSC.
What's your advice for severe brain fog and anhedonia? I fucking swear you've been around in the chat when people have asked me similar questions, so are you honestly asking that, or are you trying to waste my fucking time?
CRP, so inflammation, both of ours are very low, 0.3 versus 0.1. Now, it might be that the test that he used just capped out at 0.3, so his CRP might also be 0.1, we don't know. And, mine could also be lower than 0.1 because the test capped out at 0.1. I've also got 0.01 on one of the tests for my CRP, so it just depends a lot on what kind of lab you use. So, but regardless, both of our CRP levels are close to zero, or virtually zero, and the optimal CRP level for health and longevity is as close to zero as possible. Pretty much less than 0.1 is what you want to get with a CRP, and the higher the CRP, especially if it's above 1 milligram per liter, then that's something to try to intervene with. And usually it involves improving metabolic health, improving sleep, losing weight in a lot of cases.
As far as brain fog is concerned, that can be a lot of different fucking causes, dude. I have no fucking idea. So if you can eliminate, like, sleep as an issue, poor diet, vitamin mineral deficiency, you know, maybe just get a vitamin mineral test, get a hormone test. Ahedonia might also be related to low testosterone. I would say if you're a man and you're experiencing depression, especially if it's something really severe like ahedonia, I would get your testosterone checked. If it's low, dude, there's so much bullshit on testosterone these days. I think chances are men should probably have testosterone at 800 or above. Like, that should probably be what's normal and, like, optimally healthy. If you're, like, 500 or less, and you're experiencing that, you may actually just want TRT. Because, I know there's a few people that I've known who had rock bottom testosterone, like you're talking just below 100, and some of them had like really bad suicidal depression. But I know so many other anecdotes where people were around the middle of the range like me, had depression, and then they went on testosterone, and then it went away. So I don't know. Anyway, I would just get your testosterone checked and get basic blood work, see if you're deficient in any vitamins, minerals. See where your hormone levels are at. And then if you can kind of... It's like an elimination type thing, right? You just want to eliminate possibilities for why you might be experiencing ahedonia. Or brain fog. Low test is definitely going to cause ahedonia and brain fog, or can be a cause. So I'd check those things. I have pretty high testosterone for my age. I've struggled with brain fog for 2 years. Well, there's high testosterone for your age, and then there's high testosterone. So if you're like 70 and your testosterone's like, you know, say 450, that might be high for your age, but it's not where it might need to be in order to not experience those symptoms. Brain fog can be a complex thing. You might want to make sure that your blood sugar levels are stable. Because yeah, congratulations, you're banned. You're just being annoying. Yeah, some people, if they have like a meal where it's just carbohydrate, you might end up having some slight hypoglycemia, not really feel it, and then have brain fog. So if you have like a meal with protein or fat, that can kind of stabilize things. Random Gals, Hairy Vagina, donate $2. What do you think the overall message of Berserk is? There's a variety of different kind of themes in Berserk, but I think the overarching theme is kind of similar to Conan the Barbarian. It's an exploration of like what is strength and what is like the human will. Thanks for the donation though, Random Gals, Hairy Vagina.
And supporting the body's antioxidant defense with some supplements or hyperbaric oxygen therapy or exercise or something like that. TNF, that's another inflammatory marker. Both of ours is low, close to 0, 0.8. Glutathione, so this is considered the body's master antioxidant, and both of our results are in the 200s minus.
No, I banned Prank City. He's just being annoying. Like, I'm fine with a little bit of trolling, but he's kind of going overboard. AI Coach Colton Diapers donated $2. Is this real chat NVG? Princeton neuroscientists discover human brains connect via low-frequency electromagnetic waves across thousands of kilometers. That's fake. In the Tyson-Hockley debate, how do you respond to the argument that plant-based foods like tofu need more seasoning sauce on them to taste as good as meat, and the sauce seasoning is unhealthy? That is an entirely subjective statement. Like, that's like saying pineapple on pizza tastes worse than pizza without pineapple on it. Taste is a preference. It's subjective, so there's no way to argue for or against that claim. It's entirely, subjective to the individual. As far as sauce/seasoning being unhealthy, what type of sauce or seasoning and to what extent are you using it? So if it's a sauce that has like butter in it and it's very high in saturated fat and you have to use a lot of that seasoning, then yeah, that would be unhealthy. If the sauce only has like a little bit of added sugar and you don't need to use that much, then it's not really going to do anything. Thanks for the donation though, AI Coach Colton Diapers. Or AI Coach Colton in Diapers. Yes, I saw King Cobra died. We reacted to that yesterday. No, my rent is not $500 a month. It's just an arbitrary number that I put for the donation goal per stream.
Is slightly higher, 240 versus 219. And, this is something that I think doesn't, matter that much because it can probably fluctuate a lot. If you got some infection recently, it can be lower. If you take glutathione precursors like glycine NAC in large doses, if you take intravenous glutathione, you can, in short term, increase your glutathione status quite a lot. So this is kind of those markers then, can fluctuate a lot and wouldn't be something to really worry about. Uric acid, so kidney marker and inflammation marker. Brian 4.2, mine 5.14. Now this is a marker that some people have different opinions about. Some people think that it should be as low as possible. Other people think that it should be somewhere moderate, around 5. I personally think that too low uric acid can be a problem. And as we talk about Brian's kidney markers a bit later, then it makes sense why it's a bit lower. So yeah, I would personally I would say that 5.14 is better than 4.2. But some people might have different opinions. But regardless, in the context of Brian's kidney markers, as we'll show, it isn't like the more optimal range. White blood cells. So Brian's white blood cells 3.1, which is below the reference range. So these are immune cells.
I have not heard of apanism. I have no idea what that is.
And mine was a 4.8, which is optimal. So it's a healthy immune system.
Metabolic health markers.
They're pretty equal, but the 4.9 is still better than 5.1. And
I think my HbA1c was at 5.1 last I got it checked. I think it's increased. That could be due to age. That could be due to the extreme weight gain that I had when bulking up to the 410 bench. I'm on Retatrutide right now. I'm kind of interested to see what ends up happening to my HbA1c over time.
Interestingly, Brian is taking metformin and a few other supplements that lower blood sugar. I'm not. So, yeah.
Because I think the last time I got it checked, like 5 years ago, I think my HbA1c was at 4.9.
It's just indication of better metabolic health from my part. Triglycerides, both are in the optimal range, although mine is significantly better, actually 39 milligrams per deciliter compared to 55. So triglycerides as well, if they're lower, that's better. If your triglycerides are above 150, even like over 100, then that can be an indication of more poor metabolic health and even some aspects of insulin resistance. Obviously, Brian's isn't that. He's 55, which is good, but below 50 is even better than above 50. And triglycerides usually can rise because of increased carbohydrate intake, or also increased fat intake, or just poor clearance of these nutrients from the bloodstream. And Brian isn't eating some high carb diet. He's eating actually quite low carb, lowish carb. I'm eating a lot of carbs. I'm eating 200 to 300 grams of carbs. So yeah, my triglycerides are significantly lower despite me eating that many carbohydrates, which just illustrates my very good metabolic health. Insulin, both are optimal. Insulin optimally should be like 2, 3, 4, less than 5. And the lower is not always that. The lower the better. If you have 0 insulin, then that's probably also not healthy. If it's very high, if it's above 15, then that can be indication of insulin resistance or some diabetes. But yeah, both of our insulin levels are very good. Mine is slightly better. Blood glucose, so this is a CGM-based continuous glucose.
Well, it's not better. It's just different. Like if insulin does things in your body, like, so if his metabolism is just slightly different, and I don't know, he eats a higher protein diet, or like the way he trains, like he needs to excrete a bit more insulin to drive nutrients into his muscles, like it's just a different score. It's not better.
Monitor and just looking at the fluctuations of all the blood sugar across the entire day, 24/7. So my average was 81 milligrams per deciliter when I did the test while eating 300 grams of carbohydrates per day, and Brian's was 91 milligrams per deciliter. And the reason why I'm able to eat that many carbohydrates and maintain insulin sensitivity is because of my increased fitness, increased muscle mass, physical activity, all those things. Although I'm exercising less than Brian Johnson, I exercise at least maybe a few hours less per week than Brian Johnson.
Well, Brian does eat a lower carbohydrate diet, and it often paradoxically leads to more insulin resistance. I don't know if they tested my... fasting blood sugar when I got my blood test. Let me look it up. Hemoglobin, HbA1c, that's all they tested. I didn't get fasting. Yeah, I'm just at 5.1 for HbA1c. They didn't test my fasting blood glucose. My creatinine was a little elevated, but that's just because I take a lot of creatine. Slightly outside the range. My RBC, hemoglobin, hematocrit, that was all normal. I'm gonna have to get that test done again, because testosterone can raise your hematocrit. But yeah, everything else was just fine.
Johnson. So yeah, it just maybe it's my younger age, whatever it is. But I also think that insulin is a muscle that if you don't train, you lose it.
Why? Like, I have gigabit internet, by the way. Why in the fuck is it doing auto quality 480p? I think it's above gigabit now. It's like 1.5.
Similar to other functions in the body.
There's
so
no reason for it to do that.
Zero carb diet, then you will.
You know, I think YouTube is deliberately trying to this has to be a thing to cut costs. I think they're doing a thing where they'll auto put the video at 480p so that their own servers, like if it's peak usage hours, they'll auto put a lot of videos to 480p. because like either somebody won't notice it or they're not even watching the video, they're like listening to it in the background, and then it lowers their bandwidth costs or like their server costs. So they auto put it to 480p. It's fucking annoying though.
Will create this pseudo insulin resistant state where your body isn't, just loses the muscle to, let's say, produce insulin slightly. Now it's not pathological insulin resistance because it's more self-induced, or it's a pseudo insulin resistance. It's that, whenever you were to be eating carbohydrates, then you would have a harder time to clear the bloodstream from the glucose. So if you never use insulin,
Shouldn't do things to animals, donate to others. What if someone uses the taste is subjective arg to say they think all vegan food tastes bad and that's reason for abuse animals? If you have to ask me such a stupid question, then don't even bother asking. How do you respond to people with weird, vague, unexplainable health problems that they say require them to eat animal products? I say they're full of shit. Like, what do you want from me? Thanks for the donation, dude.
Then your body loses the ability to use it, essentially. And by introducing more carbohydrates to my diet, my blood sugar actually lowers because of increased insulin sensitivity. So a lot of, let's say, carnivore dieters out there as well, they have pretty bad blood sugar levels despite eating zero carbohydrates, right? So some carnivore influencers, you can see their blood work, they have pre-diabetic blood sugar levels, which is not, a good sign given the fact that they're eating zero carbohydrates. Now, maybe it's not a big concern, we don't know, but it's just illustrates the point that if you never use insulin, you never eat carbohydrates, then you lose the insulin sensitivity slightly. Fasting glucose, Brian's 97 milligrams, mine 80 milligrams. 97 is a bit high. If it's over 100, then that's more worrisome. 115 is a pre-diabetes. 125 is considered diabetes. Now, the 97 might be because of, I don't know, he had some bad sleep or he was stressed out or something like that.
I'm pretty sure like age has something to do with fasting blood glucose. It's not necessarily an indication that there's a problem. It's just an aspect of aging.
So the fasting glucose can fluctuate a lot, obviously. But, given his, let's say, body composition of being leaner, eating a low-calorie diet, eating not many carbohydrates, then 97 is a bit high, especially if he's taking metformin as well. Cardiovascular markers, so heart disease markers, ApoB, 70 milligrams for Brian, mine 58.
Oh, yeah, is he still on metformin?
And I'm not taking any lipid-lowering medications or anything like that. My ApoB is low just through diet changes. So I eat a lot of fiber. I probably eat like 40-50 grams of fiber a day.
I'm surprised Brian's ApoB is at 70 milligrams per deciliter while being on a statin. He may just be prone to high serum cholesterol because, again, he eats like no saturated fat, pretty lean, exercises a lot.
And the fiber helps with lipids, ApoB, and cholesterol. And I'm also eating less saturated fat. I'm eating more, let's say, the only fats I eat is olive oil, fish, walnuts usually, and from meat, eggs as well. But I eat a lot of fiber that helps to bind to the lipids and lower them. And also triglycerides. The increased fiber can help with blood sugar and helps with lowering triglycerides as well. So ApoB was optimal. 70 is already pretty optimal, but 58 is better. Like if your ApoB is 40, 50, 60, then your risk of atherosclerotic plaque accumulation is quite low. If your ApoB is over 120, then the risk of that is slightly higher. But 58 is much better than 70 in this scenario. ApoA1.
Don't ever ask me if I miss Jasmine. That is such a stupid fucking question to ask. Do you miss the person who was like emotionally abusive to you and would treat you like fucking shit and tried to gaslight you fucking constantly to like steal your fucking money and shit? Like, shut the fuck up. What a stupid fucking question. Like, you're a fucking idiot. And like, by the way, I'm a fucking adult. I'm a man. Really? You're gonna ask me, do you miss her? Are you a fucking loser who like, I wish I still had my girlfriend? Like, fuck you.
So that's another apolipoprotein. Both of our results are quite optimal. Now he has a few different results, 133, 143 range, minus 140 in my last test result. So I would say they're kind of equal in that regard. LDL as well. Brian has a few different results. His lowest has been 47. His last was 68. Mine last one was 58. So that's also, both are, I would say, equal. But he's taking some sort of lipid lowering drug, if I'm not mistaken. I'm not sure exactly which one or if it's 100% true, but I think I've seen some posts or heard that he's taking some lipid lowering drug, whereas I'm not taking anything. Total cholesterol, both are quite optimal, both are quite equal, 125 to 130. HDL cholesterol, Brian is 51, I'm 62. And so HDL cholesterol is a better marker of insulin sensitivity than it is of cardiovascular disease risk. So a low HDL is usually a sign of insulin resistance and diabetes.
Oh, he has a high LP little a. That might be why, in particular, he's on a statin, because that's... even though statins don't lower LP little a, that's still the standard practice for elevated LP little a.
So it's not that the higher the better. Actually, excessively high HDL is associated with increased heart disease risk as well. So an HDL of 50 and 62, they're both optimal in that sense. 62 tends to be a bit better, and it probably is because of my improved insulin sensitivity. LP little a, so this is a genetically influenced heart disease marker, lipoprotein, and obviously there's a genetics involved here, so I have lower result. Now these are different units. Brian's is 23.8 nanomoles per liter, mine is 3.1 milligrams per deciliter. But if you were to convert this 3.1 milligram to nanomoles, then it would be something like 7 or 8 nanomoles. So even if you were to do the conversion, it would be, my result would be lower. So yeah, it doesn't matter which conversion you use. So 23 is not bad. There's some people who have 100.
Oxidized LDL is fucking stupid. This is the stupidest biomarker. There's absolutely no point whatsoever looking at oxidized LDL. Oxidized LDL are cleared by your liver pretty much immediately. They don't do anything. So if you're looking at oxidized LDL in serum, it literally doesn't fucking matter.
150, 300 even. So those individuals are at a significantly higher risk of heart disease due to genetics. A result of 23.8 isn't, very bad, but my result of, let's say, 7 nanomoles, if you were to do the conversion, is significantly better. Now, there's genetics involved here. So, you can't, you can't point at any specific lifestyle or a dietary intervention here. Oxidized LDL, so 31 nanograms per milliliter for Brian. And for me, my result was below the reference range, which means that I had almost non-detectable oxidized LDL, which is very good. That it means I have zero inflammation and zero oxidation of cholesterol in my body. And a result of 31 isn't, it's it's not catastrophic or alarming, but it's higher than you would expect from someone who is following a very pristine lifestyle. BNP, so this is a cardiovascular marker. It reflects heart health, especially heart stress. I haven't measured this specific marker myself. I've tried to measure it. I looked at different labs, even in Estonia and India. None of the labs actually got the specific test of BNP, but I got measured what's called NT-proBNP, which is not the same marker, but it's kind of like a pseudo-similar marker. And you can't convert it, so you can't convert my result to the BNP of Brian's. So if you were to do some sort of a conversion, you can use like ChatGPT. Okay, if you were to do the conversion, although it's not possible, what would it be like? So that would give you like a result of around 3 to 12 picograms per milliliter for me and 18 for Brian. So I would say, I think we're equal in that sense. And it's unlikely that I have some sort of cardiac stress, given that I have much better heart markers than Brian. So case in point, resting heart rate. Brian's best result is 39 that he's had over the last few weeks. I've seen his average is 48. Mine best is 35. It's actually been 34 as well in the past, and on average,
it's pretty fucking low. Jeez. Mine's typically just below like 50. It's usually like 48 to 50, depending, The highest I think I've ever had my resting heart rate was when I was like peak bulk, like 284, and I think it went up to 65.
It's 39, 38, something like that. Now, of course, if your resting heart rate is 0, you're dead. So it's not that the lower the better, but there is a linear association between resting heart rate above 45 and increased risk of all-cause mortality in a meta-analysis involving over 1.2 million individuals. So a higher resting heart rate, a resting heart rate that's above normal, or above average, the average person's resting heart rate is too high. The average person has poor fitness, poor cardiovascular health, and their average resting heart rate is also too high. So a lower resting heart rate is generally better marker of better heart health. And my result of 35, 39 is better result than Brian's. And if it were to be lower than that, I think 39, 35 is kind of the lowest you want to go. If your resting heart rate is 30, then it might be too low. HRV, heart rate variability. So this measures the interval between heartbeats. Brian's is around 50s. Mine is over 100. So yeah, it's significantly higher. Now, there is some genetic differences in HRV as well. Some individuals just have their HRV capped at 60 or 70, whatever it is. But generally speaking, a higher HRV, 100 is better than 50, generally speaking.
No, I don't miss
blood pressure. Both our blood pressure is quite optimal. Slightly lower than average is better, so less than 120/80 is slightly better, but you also have to obviously look at all the other markers. If you have very low blood pressure, you're malnourished, you have poor grip strength, low bone.
Last time I got my blood pressure checked, it was 120/80. I think whatever the what peak of the ideal range thing is. It's probably actually lower than that. I didn't know this, but if you have very large muscular arms, the blood pressure reading isn't accurate because the amount of pressure needed to actually restrict the artery increases. So you need to use one of the wrist cuff blood pressure monitors to get an accurate reading. So with like very large muscular arms, you know, it read, you know, normal, like not non-hypertensive. I think it's 120/80 is the recommended number. But I got to get a wrist blood pressure monitor and see what my blood pressure is.
Bone density, low VO2 max, then this low blood pressure can be...
Let me see, hormone markers.
8, seem 13.8, so I have significantly higher...
Testosterone, 712. I don't know if that's on TRT.
Free testosterone, and the reason for that is SHBG. So SHBG, sex hormone binding globulin, it's a binding protein that binds to testosterone. And if you have high SHBG, like Brian, 56.2, then you end up with a...
If he has high SHBG, then he's probably not on testosterone right now.
Lower free testosterone. So the optimal SHBG would be below 50, which mine is 47. And usually what raises SHBG is calorie restriction, carbohydrate restriction, iron accumulation, and liver damage. So for Brian, he doesn't have high iron levels, he actually has low iron levels. And he doesn't have, you know, liver damage either, per se. So the high SHBG is because of the severe calorie restriction that he has and the lower carbohydrate intake. So you can, you know, I'm also not eating a ton of calories. I'm not in massive calorie surplus, otherwise I wouldn't maintain leanness that much. But the key here is insulin signaling. So insulin is a pro-anabolic hormone, and insulin signals the body that there's abundance of nutrients. So by being on a low-carb diet, you see an increase in SHBG because of the carbohydrate restriction. So it's very...
Blackberry.
Gary Yarovsky has a new girlfriend.
I don't know if that's his girlfriend, is it? Well, she's cute. Is that his girlfriend? Yeah, well, she's pretty cute. She's got a big ass. The fuck? Yeah, she has a big ass. Oh. My goodness. It's a nice kitty. Look at your little kitty there. That's a good kitty. I love kitties. Well, thanks for the donation, Blackberry.
Very well documented. High protein, low carb diets raise SHBG levels and they lower testosterone levels in men. Whereas even low protein, high carb diets tend to lower SHBG levels and they end up with higher testosterone levels as a result of that. Now, I'm not eating low protein, I'm eating semi-high protein, but also high carb intake. So that's why I have, you know, in the optimal range for SHBG and increase the free testosterone levels as well. LH, FSH, both are optimal and both are in the same ballpark. DHEA, that's a precursor to testosterone. They're, yeah, in the same ballparks. Brian's is slightly more increased, 230 versus 214, but you know, I have better testosterone. So DHEA only matters to the extent of testosterone. You know, DHEA alone isn't that big of a concern. It's more about the actual testosterone. IGF-1, so this is pretty relevant to longevity. Very high IGF-1 levels are associated with cancer. Very low IGF-1 levels are associated with increased risk of neurodegeneration and dementia later in life, because you need IGF-1, you need this growth for neurons, but very high IGF-1 levels can also be involved in cancerous growth. Both our IGF-1 levels are on the lower end, usually around 100. The lowest I've been has been like 94.
My IGF-1 was at 192 when I got it tested. You need high IGF-1 to assist with hyperplasia for muscle growth. The whole IGF-1 and cancer thing, who the fuck knows? Like, I'm sure if it's ridiculously high, you know, it might promote cancer cell growth, but cancer cells form because your immune system ends up not being able to fight it off. Also, who knows, there might be an effect that cancer has in raising IGF-1. So it may be a chicken or the egg thing. But I just started doing growth hormone. I'm kind of curious what ends up happening with my IGF-1. Like, also, when you do a blood test for IGF-1, like, they're just looking at systemic IGF-1, like, where the IGF-1 is going and what it's doing. That's also kind of a question mark.
Brian is also something like 90, 100, something like that. So like we're equal in that scenario. Now, some people, okay, is it good or bad for longevity? So the sweet spot for longevity is something like 110 to 120 nanograms per milliliter of IGF-1. But both of ours is slightly lower. And, you know, I'm okay with that. I think it's actually good because it reduces the risk of cancer. And I'm in no risk of frailty in that sense because I have high bone density, high bone muscle mass, good nutrition status. You know, I don't think it's a concern for Brian either because his bone density is high. He has, you know, decent muscle mass. So he's not at risk of frailty directly. So I think personally, I consider an IGF-1 of 100 nanograms per milliliter to be pretty good and more optimal for longevity because of the reduced cancer risk. But if it were to be lower than that, let's say 50, then that could be too low. And, you know, how do you increase IGF-1? You just eat more calories, more protein, more carbohydrates. And the key part is also more frequently. What I found is that how much protein or how much carbs I eat has no effect on my IGF-1 levels. The way I achieve low IGF-1 is through intermittent fasting. Eating less often tends to result in lower IGF-1 in my experience. And, you know, Brian does also some aspects of time-restricted eating. Vitamin D, 77 nanograms per milliliter for Brian. Mine is a 56. Now, 77 could be too high. You know, he's taking vitamin D supplement probably. And, you know, they could be too high. So very high vitamin D levels are associated with increased mortality as well. But it depends how you achieve it. If you were to achieve such high vitamin D levels through natural sunlight, then it probably isn't going to be a concern. But in his case, he's achieving it with supplementation. He's not, you know, sunbathing or something like that. So in that case, it might be too high. But yeah, depends on a lot of other biomarkers. TSH, thyroid stimulating hormone, both are optimal for us. So Brian's is lower, but he's taking some thyroid medication, which improves his thyroid function. So if he were to not take the thyroid medication, his thyroid markers would be much lower and much worse. But yeah, because of the calorie restriction. Mine is slightly higher. It means that my body is signaling the production of thyroid hormones, but they're not very high. They're still in the normal range. Free T4, both in the same ballpark, 1.48 to 1.32. So in the hormone section, you know, the biggest takeaway would be that, yeah, the presence of nutrients, especially the presence of carbohydrates and insulin, plays a big role in sex hormones. So carbohydrate restriction, calorie restriction, speed of aging test, but I don't think it actually measures your biological age or your speed of aging. It's just a label that is attached to the test. In reality, this test measures just acute inflammation. If you look at, you know, my own results, Brian's results, if you look at some of the studies on these tests, then you can see that they fluctuate a ton. They can be higher in the morning, lower in the evening. They can fluctuate day by day. Immediately after exercise, they're worse. Before exercise, they're better. Whatever it is, like, they just fluctuate a lot. So you really can't make any conclusions about your biological aging with this test because of the fluctuation. And they're also unpredictable. You can follow the, you know, very healthy or very optimized lifestyle. You can sleep a lot, no stress, no exercise, whatever it is, and get a worse result just out of randomness. So yeah, I've tasted a few of these, maybe 4 times, and they give quite a lot of different fluctuations. Matt Kaberlin, who's a PhD in geroscience, longevity science, and he did tests, 2 of the tests at the same time with multiple different companies, all gave different results. So how is it possible if you test at the same time and you get different results? So it doesn't make sense, or it makes sense if the test is wrong, if the test isn't actually measuring what you think it's measuring. But regardless, you know, Brian's best result for this test, 0.54, is average.
Yeah, the biological age tests are just fucking stupid.
Average 0.67. So the interesting thing here is that Brian tests this test a lot, like several times a month. Here in the document he tests 25 times this test per year. So obviously he's going to get a lot of different results. And if you test long enough, you're going to get a result like 0.54. You're going to get a result of 0.45, 0.3, whatever it is. If you test long enough, you're going to get the result that you want. So, you know, I've taken 4 times in my life this test. Brian tested 25 times a year. And of course, he's going to get whatever test result that he wishes. Yeah, my best result was 0.62. And yeah, I just stopped doing the test because I think it's kind of useless. And it doesn't really tell you what people think it does. Telomere length. So I haven't tested this in a more accurate way. I haven't done a specific telomere test. I got a telomere test result from the Dunedin paste test. It was part of the component, but I don't think it was an actual most accurate telomere test. But that test result gave me 7.9. But I haven't done yet like a proper telomere test. Brian's 11.4. Now here as well, you could argue that very long telomeres can be actually not good. So at telomerase, this enzyme that grows telomeres, is also involved in cancer. So excessive telomere growth is a hallmark of cancer. Or you don't want to have super long telomeres. It's more about the speed of telomere attrition, how fast the telomeres shorten is what matters and what you want to pay attention to. Next, we have pheno-age. So this is the biological age estimation based on 10 blood markers created by Dr. Morgan Levine. And yeah, it involves tests like creatinine, glucose, CRP, lymphocyte percentage, white blood cells, RDW, alkaline phosphatase, and MCV. So you put these things into like a calculator. You can find it online. Just Google pheno-age calculator. You can add the test, and it estimates your biological age, phenotypic age, based on those blood markers. And you also need to put your chronological age, because the chronological age actually has a huge influence on the test result. Because if you're 60 years old, it's very unlikely you have a biological age of 15 as a phenotypic age. But if you're 35 or 30, like me, you can have a phenotypic age of 15, because the gap between 15 and 30 is much smaller than 65 and 15, if that makes sense. So yeah, because of that reason, Brian's, as we said, he had very high creatinine, he had slightly high glucose, he had low white blood cells, low lymphocyte percentage. All those factors resulted in his pheno-age of 8.81 years lower than his chronological age. So his phenotypic age is 39, something like that. Mine, 18.5 years lower, so it's 12. So there's a 18 year.
None of this means fucking shit. I can fucking guarantee you can find people who are over 100, and if they were to do these sorts of stupid tests over their lifetime, it would predict them living to like 60 or 70 or something stupid, or their biological age is like 20 years above their chronological age. None of this shit means fucking anything. It's just fucking stupid. You know, you're just gonna die when you're gonna die. We know what, healthy living is at this point. You want to make sure you exercise and eat a high fiber, low saturated fat diet, that kind of crap. But all this biological age shit is just nonsense. It doesn't mean fucking anything.
Heart liberals are finding themselves going, oh, this isn't really what I intended, and yet this is the consequence that we have. This is a long and interesting post from Stephen Knight, who goes by the Godless Spellchecker. He has a podcast. Go check him out. He's a really nice chap. I've met him on several occasions now, and he's just a very polite gentleman. He comes from the era of the kind of new atheist, late 2000s, early 2010s consensus of liberalism. And so he describes himself in the beginning as, I'm a bleeding heart liberal, I'm pro-immigration, I love the fact that the country I live in offers asylum to the oppressed. So he's a fully paid up card-carrying member of being liberal, and yet, even now, we've got to the point where even the sort of like, I think he'd probably call himself a yimby, to be honest, not a nimby. But even he's like, well, things have just gone far too far, haven't they? And so we'll look into his
No, I haven't been on antidepressants in over a year.
Reasoning here. He says, my life and surroundings are better because of the people whose parents or grandparents came to the UK from the Middle East or Africa. Despite cultural differences or skin colour, they were still primarily British. And in previous generations, you could probably argue that. I mean, in the 90s and early 2000s, there were people who were not ethnically British in Britain who had just were always around and just were considered and just not really thought of as being any different, because culturally they were identical, because they didn't have the sort of numbers to create ethnic enclaves, and so these people had to be integrated. Moreover, like, American black culture didn't seem to have infected the black community and the sort of ethnic minority communities in the way it has now. Like, the one thing that it just genuinely drives me crazy is...
Have you heard of Mitchell Heisman, the guy who committed suicide on the steps of Harvard? Found his manifesto to be interesting. Nope. Who's your favorite chat member besides Alawali? Definitely Gigliardo.
Is how American the ethnic minorities are these days, and I'm sure that this is a consequence of the internet primarily. But I mean, it's just create.
Boring.
I'm looking through Generation Iron, and I'm seeing the video that was posted the day before. Keep your eyes on the prize, especially when you're going for #1 spot. Since when is it cool to make fun
Yeah, that guy's having a panic attack.
of somebody who has an autoimmune disease.
Oh. He has like hypothyroidism?
Decided, let's just make fun of this guy, you know, because that's what we do as a society. We look at people who are different than ourselves and we bully and put them down, all in order to look cool. In this
Buddy, he looks like a fucking weirdo.
case, it says, keep your eyes on the prize, especially when you're going. And clearly his eyes are protruding a little bit more than normal. The comment section.
Well, it doesn't look like his eyes are protruding. It looks like he's having a panic attack. Because usually people with hypothyroidism, where they end up having the bulging eyes, it looks like their eyes are bulging. His don't look like they're bulging. It just looks like he's going like this. His eyes are really wide open.
Ran wild. I don't know why Generation Iron would choose to poke fun at a bodybuilder. I mean, is this not a bodybuilding channel? And so, since when is it cool to make fun of somebody who has an autoimmune anything about it? I mean, even somebody's body weight, you can do something about that. Expose this video saying, why are we making fun of him? He has the exact same thing. He's medicated. He states, I love when people make fun of the autoimmune disease I have that turns you into a walking stroke victim. Good times. Why is this okay? This is the bullying and or mob mentality of the world right now, the cancel culture. What people do is, instead of bullying in person, what they do is they bully you online. It's disgusting. Never skips eye day. Making fun.
Dude, like, give me a fucking break. You know, like, if I end up getting into some kind of accident where, like, I don't know, my face is fucked up, or, like, I lose a leg or something, and people call me Stumpy, it's like, no shit. You know? Like, yeah, I am Stumpy. I lost a leg. You know, it's just... Give me a fucking break, okay? You look a certain way, you look fucking weird. It just is what it is. It's not good or bad. Like, just... You can look at it as, people are making fun of me, I'm different, Or you could just be like, yeah, you know, I look different, I kind of look weird, whatever. It is what it is. It's just a matter of perspective. If somebody wants to be a baby about it, you know, they can be a baby about it.
Of someone with a medical condition they suffer with regularly is wildly low of all of you. Do better. I'm looking through Generation.
Like, okay, dude. You really expect nobody to make fun of you for looking like this? Like, you're a fucking baby. Oh my god, what a twat. Fucking weenie. Give me a break. That's just silly.
It's 3 a.m. You are fast asleep until somebody breaks into your house. Now, unbeknownst to you at the time, this person is already wanted by the police, and they're also out on probation. So them breaking into your house is not just a break.
Oh, well, that sounds like Canada. Yeah, let the crazy knife-wielding wackos out on bail.
Break and enter, but it's also a breach of...
Or sorry, he said probation. Yeah, just let them out of prison.
Their probation. Now, somehow you manage to arm yourself with a knife, and in the course of their break-in, you have an altercation with them, and they get stabbed. The intruder gets stabbed. Police respond, they take the intruder off to the hospital, and then they inform you that you are being charged with an offense because you stabbed this intruder and
you're not allowed to live. When somebody breaks into your home and they might kill you, you're not supposed to defend yourself. You're just supposed to let them do whatever they want, like rape you, murder you, have sex with your dead body. That's illegal. You committed a crime, mister. People who break into your home are supposed to do whatever you want. This is Canada.
And so they're charging you with aggravated assault and assault with a weapon. So, we're going to talk about this. My name is Ian Runkle. I'm a Canadian criminal defense and firearms lawyer, and I have a lot of thoughts about this one. Now, the police have put out a...
Is this fucking Ontario? It's Ontario, right?
actually 2 public statements on this one. And the reason why they put out 2 public statements is that they really didn't like the response they got after
Yeah,
the
no shit. No shit.
first one. We'll discuss that as well. So here we go. First statement, media release August 18th.
Kawartha Lakes, I'm pretty sure that's Ontario. That's Ontario, isn't it? Yep, Ontario. Hell yeah, the province I live in. Somebody breaks into your home, you're supposed to let them kill you or rape you or do whatever.
2025, break and enter assault. On August 18th at approximately 3:20 a.m., the Kawartha Lakes Police Service responded to an apartment on Kent Street for a report of an altercation between 2 males. Officers arrived on scene and learned that the resident of the apartment had woken up to find another male, the intruder, inside his apartment. There was an altercation inside the apartment, and the intruder received serious, life-threatening injuries as a result of that altercation. The intruder was transported to Ross Memorial Hospital and later airlifted to a Toronto hospital. Police have determined that there's no risk to public safety, and as a result of the investigation, a 44-year-old Lindsay man, the homeowner, was charged with aggravated assault and assault with a weapon. Well,
the Liberal government, thank you, Liberals. That's what we need. By the way, crime in Canada is way fucking up. There are way more fucking home invasions. Way more people are getting their fucking cars stolen. There's way more carjackings. Gee, I wonder why. Criminals are allowed to do whatever the fuck they want and get a fucking bail or probation. And then people who defend themselves are literally charged with crimes. How did this happen? We're charging law-abiding citizens for defending themselves and letting criminals do whatever they want. Why is crime up? Why? I don't understand. Isn't it supposed to, like, reduce crime? To let criminals do whatever they want? And then, like, charge people for defending themselves? Dude, we voted in the fucking Liberal government again. And then we get this. Like, are we surprised? Like, how many people need to get fucking broken into? Or get their cars stolen until they figure out, like, oh, yeah, maybe we shouldn't have elected the Liberals again. Maybe we shouldn't have banned guns. I wonder. Dumbass.
First off, there's probably no risk to public safety here because the intruder has been taken to the hospital and he's, in surgery and so forth. That's why there's no risk to public safety, because clearly if this intruder is out and about, then his habits are breaking into places while armed, which is a risk to public safety. But they carry on and they note he was released with a future court date. So it looks like they didn't have a bail hearing, or maybe they did, I don't know. A 41-year-old Lindsay man, the intruder, was already wanted by police at the time of the incident for unrelated offenses and has since been additionally charged with possession of a weapon for a dangerous purpose, so he had a weapon, break, enter, and theft, mischief under 5,000, and failed to comply with probation. When released from hospital, he will be held in custody pending a bail hearing. Now, I do hope
This guy broke into somebody's home with a weapon and he violated probation. And the homeowner still got charged. Like, oh my god. Canada is becoming the fucking UK.
hope that the intruder lives, because I don't want to see this homeowner have his
Jesus.
charges upgraded to murder. But people were very, very upset by this
Yeah.
decision to charge this homeowner. In fact, people were so upset that it became a major political thing. Premier Doug Ford, the Premier of Ontario, the province where this was happening, says something is broken in our society when you know, the homeowner ends up getting charged in a self-defense scenario like this one.
You know, you can say what you want about Doug Ford, but, like, at least he's not the type of retard who's, like, that retarded. Like, he'll say something stupid about, we need to get rid of bike lanes. I drive down Toronto and then there's, like, bikes on the side, and then I can't get through traffic. Let's get rid of bike lanes. Like, he's a fucking idiot, but... like, at least he's not, like, an actual fucking retard. He's just kind of like a dickhead. Like, he's a dickhead, not a retard. Like, a dickhead will say, get rid of bike lanes. He's not a fucking retard who it's like, oh, the homeowner defended himself, send him to fucking jail. You're supposed to let criminals do whatever you want. I'm a fucking liberal, communist, fucktard, feminism, free Palestine.
They also asked Premier Danielle Smith of Alberta, who is way far away from this, but they asked her thoughts on this one. And her thoughts were basically, well, if you don't want to get hurt, maybe don't break into other people's houses.
Yeah, for real.
So,
like, why do we give any fucking sympathy to somebody who's breaking into somebody's house? Like, it's just fucking retarded. Like, okay, if you don't want to get stabbed, shot, beat up, then don't break into somebody's house. Like, it's just... oh my god, Canada is so fucking gay. Why the fuck is it so gay here?
And that actually, in the course, this was in a press conference, she received applause over that.
Yeah.
So, you don't normally get applause
Jeez.
in a press conference, but she did. And,
you know, dude, like, it's so weird. Normal ass fucking Canadians, they see this and they're like, what the like, yeah, no shit, the homeowner shouldn't be charged. But for whatever fucking reason, the government tells the fucking police to do this. I don't know why. Why is our government so fucking annoying and gay?
So then the police started getting upset because they were saying, well, we don't like the criticism that we got. We're going to see what they actually call, how they call it out. So they put out a supplemental statement.
There they go.
August 20th. We recognize that the recent media release regarding an incident on August 18th has generated significant public interest.
Who's the Kawartha Lakes police chief? Kirk Robertson. Who is he? That's a lawyer. For some reason, I was like half expecting it to be like some fucking blue-haired trans woman or something. Buddy, like, are you hiding something from us? Like, do you... Are you gay? Do you suck dick? Have you, like, thought about becoming a woman or something? Why is this, like, fat, white, old dude arresting homeowners for defending themselves against a criminal who broke into their fucking home? What is your fucking problem? Like, maybe you should just come out and tell everyone you're a gay retard. What is, like, seriously, what is your fucking problem, dude? Do we need to fucking start getting pitchforks and like saying the police, can you do your fucking job? Like, we really need pitchforks and fucking torches and surround these fucking police stations and be like, fucking seriously? Like, what is this? I can understand if this, like, dude was some, like, fucking weird gay trans midget black retard or something. Why are old fucking white dudes doing this? It's so weird. Canada is so weird and gay.
And emotional responses. I don't think that they're entirely emotional. I think some of them are, in fact, intellectual responses. The Kawartha Lakes Police Service appreciates the community's engagement and concern. However, the negative commentary about the officers and their actions is unjust and inaccurate. It is also charter protected, so it's not unjust. People have a right to criticize the police, including unfairly. So the investigators were able to examine all of the information and evidence that was...
All eyes on Gaza City. Donate $2. This is gonna be fucking retarded, isn't it? Yeah, there's Jink.
God bless the Palestinians, the best people on earth.
Oh my god. Why did he say that? Why did he say that? Palestinians are the best people on earth. Let's see. They idolize Hitler. They all want to exterminate fucking Jews. They think the Nazis weren't that bad. They support radical Islamic jihad. They think gay people should be fucking murdered. I guess I could continue. They cheered the October 7th attack. They supported 9/11 and were having parties on the street. Oh my god. Jink is a fucking idiot. Thanks for the donation, All Eyes on Gaza. Kid Boo donated $2, one of the coldest anime moments ever.
Am I perspiring? No, it's just the rain. These fools could never make me sweat.
That's a little weird. Thanks for the donation, Kid Boo.
It was available prior to laying any charges. In order to protect the investigation and the rights of any person who is charged with an offense during the court proceedings, only a limited amount of information is being released to the public. Well, when you're releasing only a limited amount...
How are you? What's new?
I'm doing fine. Not much is new. Just, working out on that alpha male grind set and whatnot. Thanks for the donation, Alan.
Amount of information. You can't be upset when the public is annoyed and afraid of what's going on here. The role of the police is to investigate impartially and present findings to the justice system, which ultimately determines the outcome. No, the police also have discretion, and the role of the police should be to protect the public. And quite frankly, the public is better protected when we see the police making better decisions on this one. Somebody should not have to fear when they call the police in the middle of the night because somebody has broken into their house.
Yeah, dude, if somebody tries to break into my house and I have to defend myself, I'm not calling the cops. I'm just beating the crap out of them and then throwing them out. Because if I call the cops, they'll arrest me. Oh, they broke into your house? They had a knife, they had a gun, they had a rope, they literally had a handwritten note with a fucking picture of you on it saying, kill this guy? Oh, you attacked him with a fucking frying pan? What were you thinking? He could have died. Well, we're gonna have to arrest you. And, it's a 5-year fucking sentence for, attempted manslaughter. Yeah, I'm not calling the cops. Somebody breaks in. I'll do what I have to do to defend myself, and then I'll throw the fucking jackass out of my house. But I ain't calling the fucking cops anymore. Because I know if I do, I could get arrested. Oh, you defended yourself? Oh, well, that's an arrestable offense in fucking Canada.
That the police might then charge them. You should be confident that the police are going to make your day better when they get there, not worse.
Just stupid.
They say, it is important to remember that the charges are not convictions. They're part of the judicial process, which ensures that all facts are considered fairly in court. We don't always have to consider...
Oh, right. Okay. So after spending about 50 grand on a lawyer for my criminal defense, and I'll never get that money back. Oh, well, you were found not guilty. What's the problem? You spent 50 grand of your own fucking money. You had to declare bankruptcy. Your life is fucking ruined. But like, oh, you're found not guilty. What's the problem with that? Yeah, right. As if fucking criminally charging somebody for no fucking reason isn't a problem.
For things in court. Sometimes we can just say we don't
Fucking
need to take this
stupid.
to court, right? That is an option. We encourage you to follow this matter as it proceeds with the justice system. Oh, you bet I will. We're doing that. Under Canadian law, individuals have the right to defend themselves and their property. The Criminal Code of Canada, specifically sections 34 and 35, allow a person to use reasonable force to protect themselves and their property if they believe they're facing a threat. Correct. And we're going to talk about what the law is versus what it should be. However, it is important to understand that these rights are not unlimited in Canada. The law requires that any defensive action be proportionate to the threat faced. This means that while that's not actually true, proportionality is one factor that is considered. It doesn't require proportionality, but proportionality is considered as part of this. This means that while homeowners do have the right to protect themselves and their property, the use of force must be reasonable given the circumstances. That is the test. We'll talk about what the law is versus what it ought to be. The Kawartha Lakes Police Service remains committed to public safety, transparency, and respectful dialogue. Well, good news, the police or the public are not required to engage in respectful dialogue.
Fuck you.
The public are allowed to engage in dialogue that can be highly disrespectful. They're allowed to. That's protected. At this time, we will not be releasing any further information about this incident. Thank you for your continued support and understanding. So what does the law say? Well, the law says that you are allowed to use reasonable force that is reasonable under the circumstances. But what does it actually mean for force to be reasonable under the circumstances? Well, it considers a broad range of things. It includes the circumstances or the role of each person in the incident. In this case, homeowner is in a much better position for role in the incident than the intruder. It considers, do people have weapons? What weapons do they have? Considers that on both sides. On both sides, it considers age, gender, physical strength, physical disabilities, these sorts of things. Like, are you an MMA fighter versus are you like 85-year-old grandma? These kinds of considerations are part of the analysis. It considers, was there past history between these two people? But I don't think that this system works out all that well for the public. And I'm just going to note here that ultimately, we don't know what happened in this case. It could be that this is a case where the homeowner like meets this guy and stabs him and so forth. And to me, that seems like pretty reasonable self-defense, even if he got it wrong on like the force equation, right? Even if he was wrong. And the law actually requires the government to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that his force was not reasonable, i.e. not within the range of reasonable outcomes. However, I don't think that's a great system.
Well, yeah, it's not, because it's biased when somebody's looking at the situation in hindsight, like with the benefit of hindsight. If you wake up in the middle of the fucking night and there's somebody like who broke in who's like fucking nuts, you don't know what the hell's going on, you're gonna be like fucking terrified. It's one of the scariest things that can ever fucking happen. And you have no fucking idea that your safest bet is to attack them and kill them. So like when you have the benefit of hindsight, oh, well, this person was like 100 pounds smaller than the fucking homeowner, and he wasn't really doing anything. He was just standing in the fucking hallway or something. Like, when you have the benefit of hindsight and you can look at this from a detached perspective, you're going to be so heavily fucking biased. Like, it's just so, just Canada's gay.
Think that that's fantastic because ultimately the homeowner didn't choose this. The homeowner is also placed in a very difficult scenario. They're reacting to something at 3 a.m. They're reacting to something in imperfect situations and with imperfect knowledge. For instance, let's say a guy comes up and is like, hey, you confront them and they say, hey, I'm unarmed, don't hurt me, I'm unarmed. And you say, okay, cool, that's great. Come on over here. We're going to put some duct tape on you and wait for the cops to show up. And then it turns out that they actually aren't unarmed. because the difference between somebody who looks unarmed and somebody who actually is unarmed, you know, is nothing.
Yeah.
Got a new mic. I feel like there is a lot more background noise now, but the problem I originally had is gone.
To McDonald's.
Oh, no, thanks. I'm actually vegan. But like, where do you get your protein?
From food.
You know, soy makes you grow boobs, though.
Still waiting on that.
Like, plants aren't complete proteins.
The soy you mentioned.
You can just use software to eliminate background noise. It's just a better quality mic, so it's just picking up more of the background noise.
Is literally a complete protein.
Like, you can't grow muscle on a vegan diet.
I'm bigger and stronger than I was when I ate meat, though.
Hey, but like bacon, though.
Yeah, I've heard all those arguments. Thanks for the donation, Sky. The mic is a lot better.
VG, I'm sorry I was eating sardines. I then just went on a slop run and got a hot and spicy M&M flurry and Coke Zero. Thoughts?
That's great. Thanks for the donation, dude.
You can have a knife tucked away. You can have a gun tucked away. You can have all of these things. As the homeowner, I don't know your level of armament. I don't, and I shouldn't be required to. I shouldn't even be required to speculate on your level of armament.
Yeah.
I should be able to assume that because you came into my house planning apparently to confront me, that you're probably equipped to win a fight, that you are probably equipped to hurt me, possibly to kill me. That should be the basic thing.
Yeah.
And so we should have a strong
That should just be assumed.
weighting of things. They also want you to consider, like, what is this burglar there for? I've seen lots of people say, well, it's not reasonable to shoot somebody who just wants your TV. How do I know he just wants my TV? Right? I'm the homeowner. It's 3 a.m. How do I know that's what he wants? And you might say, well, Runkle, of course he's just there for your TV. Okay, well, fine. Let's look at a court case, because a court case can show us what a home invasion might look like. And this is the case of the Queen against Errol Binns. Now, this is a sentencing decision. Mr. Binns was convicted. His total sentence was 14 years, of which he basically serves 10. But some of that was pretrial, credit and so forth. But reasons for sentence. So he was found guilty of a kidnapping, robbery, home invasion. And these are the facts. On December 14th, 2004, the mother, 64, and her son, 37, were in their home when Mr. Binns and 3 other males forced their way into the home and demanded money. So it's the standard, all they want is money scenario, right? Well, where does this go?
Why, donators, how do you think Jewish vegans felt when he said, fuck Israel, why make hateful statements and ruin a good video?
I don't really know what to say anymore. So a dead dog has been found in the freezer of a Vietnamese restaurant, and people are just going crazy about it. Sent for analysis when it came back as dog meat. So the industry is no different. That's where pigs are going. And now, if you...
What did you send me? Also, how retarded is this? Animal welfare versus animal rights. I don't care to read this. Thanks for the donation, dude. Police horse donate $2. Why are you using that torture device on that horse? Yeah, the torture device you have on that horse. Why are you using it? Why are you torturing horses? I don't know. Thanks for the donation, dude.
2 of the intruders had guns which were pointed at the victims. Oop, now I've lost my page here. We'll recover that. And she heard a click-click sound from one of the firearms. They were ordered to the floor in the kitchen. Their mouths were covered with duct tape, and their hands were tied behind their backs with plastic wrap. As the son was being bound, the mother cried out, "Don't kill my son, kill me instead." So you can see the psychological impact this is having on them. One of the intruders then grabbed her by the back of her collar, took her to the basement, and confined her in a washroom. Clothing was placed over her head, and the faucets were turned on, presumably to keep her from hearing what was going on in the rest of the house. Every now and then, she could hear someone yell, "Don't move, don't scream. The intruders assaulted the son in a number of different areas in his home and threatened to kill him. They placed a tea towel over his head and kicked him in his face, back, and ribs. They repeatedly burned him with heated knives while he lay on his stomach with his hands bound behind him. They continued to demand money. So they tortured him, is what this is. They tortured him. He was left with permanent scars because of this, both mentally and psychologically, and physically. So, it appears they believed that he was wealthy and referred to the expensive cars in his driveway. When he, who ran a used car dealership, told them about a $2,000 customer deposit in his bedroom, the men ransacked the room and seized the funds. So he wasn't wealthy, he just had some inventory from his used car dealership, and they thought, well, this guy is super rich. Well, all right. So he hadn't done anything wrong. This isn't a case of like people robbing drug dealers. These are just ordinary people who might be targeted by, in this situation. After about an hour or so he's been tortured for an hour, the people left, taking the mother, who remained bound and blindfolded. They told the son he had to pay $100,000 within 3 hours, otherwise they would kill his mother. Keep in mind, this is 3 a.m.
Police horse when he tillers that torture device on the horse. Yeah, that's great. Thanks, dude.
This is, 11:30 a.m. So he's got to figure out how to get $100,000, within 3 hours. And so they put her in the vehicle. She had undergone cancer or surgery and was receiving chemotherapy, so she was feeling very ill. He goes and tries to get this money, and he was unable to raise it, so he goes to the police, and eventually there's a sting. Everybody lives in this scenario. Now, I should note, this one was actually just one of the tops, like the top entries in my search. It was not the most egregious, because there are other cases, some of which I didn't want to report on for fear that YouTube would demonetize this video. There are cases where the intruders have essayed the homeowner, some cases repeatedly. There are cases.
So if you live in Canada, don't call the police, because they're going to arrest you. So if somebody breaks into your home, just take care of business. Don't call the police. That's what they want. Police are stupid, so they want people to not call them if their home gets broken into. Just take care of business, whatever way you need to, and don't call them. Because you're better off. If you can seriously wound or disable or kill a guy who breaks into your home, get rid of him and then go on about your day. Because it's better than doing the same thing, calling the police, and then getting arrested and charged. It's just fucking retarded. Canada's fucking stupid. The police are fucking stupid. It's a stupid fucking country with a stupid government and stupid police. W donated $2. You forgot one, Frank Short.
Healthy back-to-school snacks?
We already watched that. He uploaded that the other day. Thanks for the donation, though, W.
Cases where the torture went on not just for an hour, a point on it, but it's not what I'd choose. So not merely that the...
Yeah, fucking stupid. Everyone is so dumb, dude. Outrageously stupid. Alright, I'm pretty tired. I'm gonna try streaming earlier tomorrow. What is going on?
Mayor Brandon Johnson says there's been no communication from the White House, but multiple media reports say the Trump administration has been planning for National Guard troops in Chicago for weeks.
What in the fuck is going on? This is just bizarre. Well, we'll see what silly nonsense is going on tomorrow, but I'm gonna get some rest. Hope you all had fun. Big thanks to everybody who donated in Streamlabs. Really appreciate it. And I will see you all tomorrow. So sweet dreams.